wrong there. Hello, Lurkio. Were you in the ether band, Peter? Just then? Hello? Just
What the heck happened there?
Oh, it's my iPad. I didn't know about me.
And I had the stream going in the other window, and I'm going, why am I hearing it twice? Anyway. How are we all?
Very good.
Oh, we're doing
good?
good.
Good
We're
here.
good?
Yeah. Good.
How's the
I've got a
peanut?
surprise for you after the stream, Terry.
You got a surprise for me after where?
After the stream.
After the stream? Oh.
Yeah.
I can hear an echo.
Are we watching your premiere in the background?
It's a different video.
Ah.
If you play it a bit louder, I can still hear.
There's a definite echo.
What are we going to do about Mad? Put your virtual camera on, Mad, and put a cheats background in.
No, I'll be back shortly. It's winding me up. I'll be back. I'm gonna
It's winding you up, is
Zoom.
it? Yeah, okay.
I'm gonna beat up Zoom.
You can't be like a flurfer and let it beat you.
Oh, it's not. It's not going to beat me.
It's
You should be able to put the profile in and come back in on the same axis, man.
Yeah, see, I've got an off button on my computer, so there, it can't beat me. I can just turn it off.
Am I
Oh,
the only one
wait.
that's getting an echo? Please, thank you.
I don't know who's
Yes.
echoing.
Who's echoing? Who's echoing? Who's echoing? Pip.
Yeah, I hear something in the background on my end.
There's nothing going apart from the computer, so not me.
And you've turned the stream off, so that's not that.
I can hear it.
I can hear something in the
Yeah, but
background.
where's it
I
coming
can hear
from?
us talking.
I'm muted
See, there's
in
me.
Discord.
That's
Wait a minute.
that's-
I haven't got Google open.
I reckon it's Carl.
someone's.
Carl, have you got your
Pip.
YouTube open?
Wait a minute.
Did you have the live stream open as well as
Hang on,
Zoom?
wait a minute.
Yeah, I'm definitely complete. It's not me.
No, I can't hear anyone.
Is
Stupid.
it gone now?
Well,
I think so, yes. It's,
Yeah,
I
that's
think
good.
it might have been you, Pip.
Twas I.
Oh,
Yeah,
Pip.
did you
Sorry.
have YouTube and Zoom open?
Yeah, I had YouTube and I popped the chat out, but I didn't pause it. YouTube, right? Sorted now. I
You
think.
didn't mute YouTube, you mean?
Correct.
Mute it.
Yeah, you have
Right.
to. You have to. Yeah. I mean, that's what Professor Phil always does when he comes in. He's always got the YouTube up unmuted, so you can
Yeah.
hear it in the background. Always, every single time.
Right, guys,
Without
I'll be
fail.
back. in
You
a
mean
minute.
the Professor
Okay.
Phil that's out in the peanut gallery at the moment?
Yep,
Righto.
he always does that. Always.
Good luck, man.
Oh,
you'll
poor
be right,
Mad.
Mad.
Mad'll be here sometime tonight, but we can't say when. So we'll just have to see what happens.
Oh, there we go.
The topic tonight was gremlins, hobbits,
Vikings.
Oh yeah, that'll do.
Elephants. Elephants.
Gremlin Vikings. That would be cool.
Sir said four.
For.
My Vikings, my ancestors.
Oh,
Now I had
true.
I had a blackout all day today, so all I managed
But was
to
it lightning?
do.
Was there lightning?
That was just a blackout.
Okay, fair enough.
Can you hear me grumbling?
Grumbling.
Where are we? What did I manage to
As long as
find?
it's not a grumble in the jungle.
Okay.
Grumble in the
Anglo-Saxons. I found a rise and fall of the Anglo-Saxons, and in that they mention the Vikings in that video.
Yeah, they would do.
Yeah.
I've got
Everybody was
I've got a
invading.
Dark Ages crossbow full making process that goes for 36 minutes.
Whoa,
Longer.
What's this
we're
one? Who
making
were the
some
Vikings?
survival weaponry, Terry.
So can I make one of those in the backyard? Like
Yes.
I might need it if we run out of toilet paper again.
Or someone might come to try to steal your toilet paper. Out comes a
Toilet
crossbow.
paper.
Okay.
Peter, you just give me an idea for a new TV show.
Yeah.
2020. Toilet paper wars.
Yeah. You can see 100 rolls of toilet paper in the middle of two people.
It reminds me of those 50s TV shows when quiz shows and they open the curtain up and they've got soap powder and soap and all those type of things that you could win. And the TV show nowadays would be you win the toilet paper.
Yeah.
And everyone would go, yay, toilet paper.
Yeah, that was always considered like the booby prize. You know,
Yeah.
The wooden spoon. Now it'd be like, oh, thanks, mate. That means
That'd be first prize, the toilet paper. The third prize would probably be only a car or something boring like that.
Yeah.
You can't use a car and you can't go on an overseas holiday, so it'd have to be toilet paper.
Yeah, it'd have
You
to be
still
toilet
can't
paper.
beat. You can't beat the game show that we used to have over here called Bullseye.
You can't beat a bit of bully.
All set around darts, and it was invariably people from the Midlands, and the number of times that the star prize was a speedboat.
Here's what you could have won.
Here's what you could have won: a speedboat. Yeah, where the bloody hell am I going to use a speedboat?
Or a caravan.
Or a caravan. Oh yeah, they're always top dollar prizes, weren't they?
Yeah, I think they just troll the social clubs. Get.
I'd use a caravan.
Oh, me too. I had one.
And they were and the contestants were all supposed dart players, and they were bloody awful. I wouldn't have had them on any of the pub teams I played on. couldn't hit a barn door at 10 paces.
Yeah, but had the people that were answering the questions never held a dart in their life either?
No, they were even worse. Because the whole point was that each two-man or two-person team had a dart player and a non-dart player. And the non-dart player was obviously the one who was bright and intelligent and could answer the quiz questions, but not too sure about that either. And they couldn't throw a dart if the board was a foot away, you know.
Yeah, I can think of a worse game show than Bullseye though.
What's that?
Ted Rogers.
Oh, 3,
Dusty
2, 1.
Bean.
Oh,
3, 2, 1.
Well, that was based
I
on.
do that.
I think that was based on. I think possibly was it a French show? It was a copy. It'd been done somewhere else first, and I don't know whether things got lost in translation. But certainly, when Ted Rogers was explaining the clues, it was a case of how the bloody hell would anybody ever get that? That was bizarre. And he's your very own ceramic dusty bin. Oh, gee, thanks. Yeah, and you knew where that went when they got home. Straight in the bin.
Yeah.
Why is there a boat inside the church?
That's a good question.
That's
That's a
because they're
very
waiting for
good
the flood.
question.
Because it's been buried.
Because of all
It's a
that,
boat burial.
it might have sunk because it was a holy boat.
Aha!
Or are they waiting for the next flood in preparation?
Yeah.
But
Do they know something we don't?
That black and white photo did look rather mud floodish, didn't it?
It did a bit.
Yeah, sort of stuff that mud flooders use. Although I couldn't believe one mud flood video where he was showing photographs of buildings and it was like Beccles and Lowestoft and Great Yarmouth and Norwich and King's Lynn.
What happened to the mud flooders? Because they all seem to have disappeared.
Hopefully.
The tide came in and washed them away.
Surf, that's a bit harsh.
They melted.
Bloody idiot.
Surf sent you a message in the peanut gallery. Pip.
I'm gonna see where the eggs come out. No.
Nothing says the resurrection of a Jewish zombie more than a rabbit going around delivering chocolate eggs. I think it really gets the message across.
Oh, I have a story about that, but I'm not sure whether to publish or not.
Why?
NM says no because it's a bit controversial.
So?
So, according to Safe, it's their boat.
Look, the
Well,
Vikings
work
invented the wheel.
No.
I knew it.
Well, it's in the museum.
Don't
Pretty sure they did.
Goes into one of those boats though, the way it curves and everything. It's bloody cool.
There's Santa's reindeer. Sled thing.
Jingle bells.
That's
Batman
pretty
smell.
cool. Look at all the bloody work in it.
Oh yeah.
What's the
There's
rest of that?
something too much time on
You didn't
hands.
sing the rest of it.
I mean,
No.
the thing is, the
okay.
only thing dark about the Dark Ages is the lack of written history,
Yeah.
and the fact that so much, and that most of the buildings were made from timber and other materials that rot very quickly.
Yes.
Everyone
So there's
give
nothing.
everyone give
So
Mad
there's only post
congratulations.
holes.
Congratulations to Mad.
Yay.
And
Mad
he
rocks.
finally made it.
Well, it's not finally made it in with an avatar, has he?
I think he's got one.
Yeah, it is. It is an
Yeah,
avatar
he
of
has.
sorts.
Did you cheat, Mad?
It seems to be the same one that he's used before.
Yeah, it
Or
seems
one
to be
of
the one
many.
he's had
No.
before. But has he
Well,
got
yeah, as long as
sound?
he's got one.
He hasn't got his microphone yet. That's coming.
Oh well. One thing
Hey.
at a time.
He hasn't given Zoom permission to use his audio yet.
Yes, he has now.
Oh,
And he's
there it
gone.
goes.
He's come. He's nearly there. Any second now.
Hello.
Oh, you're waiting for me to talk? Sorry.
Yay!
Sorry, just sit there quiet, mind my own business.
You muppet.
I just uninstalled it like I just did before, reinstalled it, done exactly everything I did before, and it logged me in.
Right.
So I don't know what's going on there. 3 times I uninstalled it and installed it.
Well, there's
Bloody
something must have synced up somewhere.
Yeah.
I would
You got
say
there in
the
the end.
update buggered it up because I haven't updated it.
Right.
So I reckon it's something to do with the update. I'm going to have to check.
So that was Vikings at the in the museum. Did a
I
Viking
never made
samurai?
it. I never made it to the Nordic Centre here in York. Never did get there.
What was that one? This one I think's okay, except there's this music at the end.
Oh, not close my other applications.
What's the music say? How do you get to the? There. There's music. Thanks to Dan Helmheim for letting me use the song Van Heimer in my video. He owns
Yeah,
the
it's
license.
copyrighted then, Terry.
Yeah.
So that's the only part there's music is right at the end. But at the beginning, I don't think there is.
Can you pronounce that word?
No.
Oh, nor could I.
There you go.
Norse mythology.
Welcome back to another video. Today we're gonna take a look on who the Vikings were. The Vikings were the people who lived from the 8th
Vikings or the
century
Vikings?
to the 11th century
The
in
Vikings.
Scandinavia.
The Vikings.
Vikings.
And they came from what today
Yeah.
is Denmark, Norway
Vikings.
and Sweden. And during the Viking Age, they sailed around most of Europe, raiding, trading and spreading their influence. And especially
You mean rape, pillaging, and plundering?
raiding, trading
Yeah,
and
when
searching
they
for
weren't
new
trading.
fertile land to
Yeah.
settle on.
So
was
they
probably
raid, did they
the
trade? That's
three
good
most
fun.
important reasons they had before they decided to jump into one of their longships and set sail. The Vikings loved to sail and explore so much that they would eventually discover new lands such as the Faroe Islands, Iceland and Greenland. They would in fact even sail so far west as to the coast of Canada, at the place what today is known as Newfoundland. When the Vikings were not sailing around and searching for new and fertile land, they loved to trade. And the Vikings traded with all sorts of things, such as jewelry, tools and fur. But it was probably slaves that were one of their best-selling goods. The Vikings did not speak Danish, Norwegian or Swedish. They spoke a language which is called Old Norse. And because the fact that the Vikings loved to travel and meet new people, their language slowly spread into other societies. In fact, Old Norse was one of the most spoken languages across Europe in the 10th century. The language could be heard from Vinland in North America to Volga in Russia. Old Norse had a major influence on other languages as well, and languages such as English and Russian still has words today that originate from the Viking language. However, there was of course different dialects. The Danes and the Swedes spoke Old East Norse, and the Norwegians spoke Old West Norse. Today, nobody in Scandinavia speak Old Norse. Each country have their own language. However, most people can understand each other. For instance, a Dane can understand what a Norwegian is saying, and a Norwegian can understand what a Swede is saying. The Icelandic language is the closest of the Scandinavian languages to Old Norse, and that is probably because they have been so isolated in the middle of the North Atlantic Ocean. So if a Viking somehow time travels into our time, it will probably only be the Icelandic people who would be able to understand what he or she says. Unlike most of the other countries in Western Europe who used the Latin alphabet, the Vikings had their own alphabet that consisted of runic letters called the Younger Thurak, which is something we know because there's been found many runestones throughout Scandinavia from this time period. The inscriptions on these runestones are all in runic, and these ancient inscriptions describes everything from honoring their ancestors to bragging about their personal achievements. At this time in history, Christianity was spreading rapidly throughout Western Europe by the edge of a sword. However, it had not quite made its way to Scandinavia. The Vikings were still heathens, and they had their own religion. Unfortunately, we do not know what they called their religion, or if it even had a name at all. The Vikings believed in many gods and goddesses, something that is called polytheism, and you might have heard the names of some of their gods before. There is, for instance, Odin, who is the All-Father and the chief of the Aesir, and Thor, who is the god of thunder, and Freya, who is the goddess of fertility. The Viking faith would not last, and the Vikings would eventually slowly convert into Christianity from around the 10th century, which is something we know because it could be read on the Yelling stone that was raised by the King of Denmark, Harald Bluetooth, or as he is called in Danish, Harald Blåtand. King Harald ordered this monument made in memory of Gorm, his father, and in memory of Tyra, his mother, that Harald, who won for himself all of Denmark and Norway and made the Danes Christian. There is a misconception about how fast the Vikings were Christianized, because they did not, as some people think, shift from believing in the old gods to Christianity from one moment to another. In reality, it took the church centuries to convert the Scandinavians into this foreign Abrahamic religion. Of course, this is something that the church would never admit to, but we do know that it is a fact, because of the many archaeological findings from this time period. Some Vikings would simply not let go of the god Thor, and they would refuse to wear any cross around their neck. There were, of course, also those who were standing with one foot in both camps, where they, on one side, were still praying to the old gods, and on the other side, attending to the ceremonies in the local church. These people walked around with a special piece of jewelry, which had both the symbol for the god Thor, which was the hammer Mjolnir, and the symbol for Christianity, which is the cross, in the same piece of jewelry. But of course, some people would just wear one of each. A typical Viking was much more than just someone who went on raids for riches, fame and women. There was, of course, some Vikings who did nothing else than to fight and serve their local jarl or king. But that was more the exception than it was the norm. Most of the Vikings were actually just ordinary people who minded their own business and spent their days with taking care of their family and farm. As I have talked about before, the Viking society was split into 4 social classes, which consisted of slaves, carls, jarls and royals. Within this social hierarchy, the majority of the Vikings were part of the social class called carls, which were the working class within their society. These people had ordinary jobs, such as farmers, fishermen, smiths and merchants. But the overwhelming majority of them were farmers. In fact, it is estimated that 90% of the society in Scandinavia were farmers in the Viking Age. This meant that the typical farmer did not have the time nor the necessary fighting experience to participate in these raids. And taking part in these raids were also very time consuming, because raids would often last many months and in some cases even years. Most of the people within this society would most likely have stayed at home their whole life, and some of them may never have left the local area. While it was mostly the farmers who went on these raids, it was the jarls who paid for the expedition and provided the ships to sail across the sea. The jarls were what we today would call the upper class, and they had many more resources at their disposal than a typical farmer had. This also meant that they had some of the best fighting equipment available, and some of them even had a sword, which was a very rare weapon at this time in history. The farmers and the other carls who would go on these raids could only dream about getting their hands on a weapon like a sword, and they had to be satisfied with their own common weapons such as axes, spears and shields. Many people have heard about these Viking raids before, but these raids in Scandinavia was not something new at this time in history. It had taken place for hundreds of years. However, it was the advancement in technology that led to new opportunities, and there can really be no doubt about it that it was the advancement in seafaring technology that laid the foundation for what today is known as the Viking phenomenon. It was the development of a new ship type, the Viking ship, that made it possible for the expansion of the Scandinavian civilization into literally all directions. This new ship type made it possible to sail faster and further away from their homeland in a very short amount of time. Without the Viking ship, there would probably not have been any Vikings, and therefore no Viking Age, and the map of Europe might have looked much different today. As I said earlier, the beginning of the Viking Age is considered to be from the 8th century, or to be more precise, it started on June 8, 793, when the Vikings attacked the monastery on the holy island of Lindisfarne. This raid has been described by the monks to have been a very devastating attack that not only shocked the church, but sent shockwaves throughout Western Europe, all the way down to the Pope in Rome. The Vikings were merciless, and not only did they plunder all the riches from the monastery, they also killed most of the monks. Lo, it has been nearly 350 years that we and our fathers have inhabited this most lovely land, and never before has such terror appeared in Britain, as we have now suffered from a pagan race, nor was it thought that such an inroad from the sea could be made. Behold, the church of St. Cuthbert, splattered with the blood of the priest of the god, despoiled of all its ornaments, a place more venerable than in all Britain, is given as a prey to the pagan peoples. Just like the Viking Age was born in blood on the British Isles, it will also end in the same way. And only 273 years after the attack on the monastery of Lindisfarne, there were two huge and important battles that would decide the fate of the British people. The first major battle took place on the 25th of September in 1066 at Stamford Bridge, when Harald Hardrada, who was the king of Norway, had gathered an enormous army of somewhere between 7,000 to 9,000 men, who had crossed the sea from Scandinavia on 300 huge Viking ships. However, the English outsmarted the Vikings, and Harald was killed at the Battle of Stamford Bridge. While Harald laid on the ground, coughing up blood, his army defended him to the very last man. Harald's army, that had been split into two earlier, suffered a crushing defeat, and because of their loyalty to their king, they were almost totally wiped out by the English army. Later the same year, the descendants of the Vikings, who had settled in Normandy in northern Francia, which is northern France, crossed the English Channel and attacked and defeated the English army on the 14th of October at the Battle of Hastings. The Normans completely wiped out the English army and conquered all of England. The Battle of Hastings is when, according to the historians, marks the end of the Viking Age. However, it could be argued that the Viking Age went beyond this date, but the raids did almost come to a complete halt after these two huge battles. It should also be said that while the Viking Age is said to have started in 793, the date could also be pushed further back, because the people from Scandinavia had in decades prior to the attack at Lindisfarne raided both the shores in Scandinavia and the areas around the Baltic Sea. The reason why we know so much about the Vikings today is because of a combination of the archaeological findings throughout Northern Europe and the many written sources. Although we should bear in mind that most of the sources have been written down by other societies. The Vikings did not write down their own history on paper, or at least there hasn't been found any evidence so far. So unless we want to scratch our knowledge together about them by just looking at the runestones, we have to use sources written down by either the monks or the Islamic travelers. The Viking Age had a huge impact on how the countries in Scandinavia would take shape. And according to the Yellingstone that I mentioned before, it was Harald Bluetooth who united the Danes into one country called Denmark. And according to the sagas, it was Harald Fairhair who united the Norwegians into one country called Norway. The Swedes, being the typical Swede, would not become a unified country before many hundreds of years after the Viking Age. But the territories in Scandinavia was more or less defined during this time in history. I hope you liked the video, and if you did, please give it a thumbs up. See you next time for another video. Thank you for watching.
Yeah, I'll unmute everyone.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's interesting that they managed that he mentions there Harold Bluetooth. Now, it's not just a coincidence that his name is used for the Bluetooth of our mobile phones and everything else. It would turn out that a chap working at Intel who developed a system that would allow mobile phones to communicate with computers was reading a historic novel at the time that was all about Vikings and King Harold Bluetooth. And of course, Harold Bluetooth was known for uniting all of these tribes into one kingdom. And he thought, that's like what I'm trying to do with sort of uniting phones and computers. Let's call it Bluetooth. And that's where it comes from. And even the Bluetooth logo is a combination of the two runes that are Harold's initials.
Bluetooth logo?
Yeah, you know the Bluetooth logo,
BT.
that blue shape with like the rune on
Have
it.
you got an image so I can share it? Just people. I'm just letting the rest of the video play because it's got the information as it's playing, but it's got music in the background. I can't play that.
Yeah.
So they wiped out England back in the back early on. They turned to Christianity and forgot about their gods, I suppose, and just went to Christianity. There's a few things I didn't know 100% about certain things.
Just remember, Britain might take a kicking every now and again, but it always keeps on ticking.
So would you say that they came in while the Romans were still there? Or was this when the Romans...
No. The Romans were long gone. Certainly in the UK, the Romans had left Britain in sort of the 400s. And that's really why. That's why all of it, certainly with the UK, why we had so many different countries and so many tribes basically fighting over us, because the Romans had controlled us for years, and then they went away, and all of a sudden there's this big island, and you know, everybody's thinking, oh, we'll have a bit of that, and that's why we had so many people fighting over us. And when he mentions our King Harold defeating their King Harold, he was up north defeating the Vikings, and he then had to come all the way down to the south coast of England because, hello, here were coming the Normans across from France. So he'd just won one really big battle against the Vikings, and then literally as soon as he was done, he had to come all the way down the country, down to the south coast, strangely enough to a place very close to Hastings, and there try and fend off the French, which of course he failed to do. And that typifies certainly the history of the UK for many hundreds of years. Everybody was scrapping over it. Everybody wanted it. And in the meantime, we've got all the tribes that are already here that are sort of trying to survive after the Romans, who've controlled us for years, have just buggered off. They're all trying to sort of make their mark and claim the land as theirs as well. I mean, it was absolute pandemonium.
I don't know.
And that link I've just put in the side chat is the Bluetooth logo.
Okay. I don't think there's any music in this to worry about. I've got the video here that says the rise and fall of the Anglo-Saxons, thrones of Britannia. It does mention the from Alfred the Great's victory over the Viking invaders at the Battle of Edington to King Harold's demise at the Battle of Hastings.
Yeah, that's
This
the one.
short documentary charts the rise and fall of the Anglo-Saxons.
I mean, that was a major pivotal point for English history. You know, I mean, because the Normans, having conquered Harold and basically won England for themselves, had such a huge influence on the whole country.
Okay, we can play this. We'll see where this fits in after I check this link out. It sucks you can't use that bloody link anymore like it used to. How are you supposed to... Can't copy and paste it anymore. No. I'm going to have to look in the settings and find out why we can't do that anymore.
Are you talking about the link the Farmer's Boy put in?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a link for me.
It's not a link for me. I can't click on it. It doesn't come up as a link.
That's weird.
I know, for me it doesn't.
Actually, and even though I put it in the chat, it doesn't show as a link for me now either.
That's what I can't work out. And I can't even copy and paste it.
No, it's not a link for me either.
Can you put it in Discord? Can you put it in Discord? I can grab it from over there easy.
Yeah.
Throw it in, shove it in wherever you want.
I'll put it in Suckler.
Okay, put it in Savage.
Right, it's showing us a link in there, so that should.
Oh yeah. I can open it straight up in there.
Yeah, should do. Yeah, but no, that is
okay.
that. So that is a combination of two runes, and those two runes spell out Harold. They're the equivalent of H and B, Harold the Bluetooth.
Wow.
Yeah. That's where it comes from. That's where Bluetooth comes from. It is the bloke's name. And because he was known for binding together all of these tribes, this chap thought, well, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to bind together the communications of mobile phones and computers and everything else. Let's call it Bluetooth. That's where it comes from. There we go. That explains what the two runes are. The Futhark runes. Basically, the equivalent of an H and a B. So there you go. Our modern communications have a link back to the Vikings in a roundabout sort of way.
Well, there you go.
Yeah. Just thought it was a nice little... no, sir. It was my birthday yesterday, but of course we didn't do a stream yesterday, so... Yeah.
Well, actually, technically... Oh, it was your birthday yesterday, so today's the day after for you.
Correct.
Oh, okay. Oh well. It didn't work out it didn't work out how I thought. I thought I'll catch you on your birthday. Did you get my birthday? Did you get your birthday present I sent you?
No.
No.
No, it must be in the mail. It's all right. It's on its way.
It's in the post. Yeah.
Yeah. It's in the post. Yeah.
For snail mail.
Who? What?
Snail mail. The post.
Oh yeah, snail mail. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Farmers was very happy with his birthday presents. He got to see Travis destroyed, then he got to see Chris destroyed, then he got to see Factor destroyed.
Yes.
And then he got to see Chris being acting like a little word I can't say on this channel and moan and whine for an hour in McToon's chat.
Factard got destroyed.
I don't know. I thought Factard's presentation was very visual.
Oh no!
Yes.
He did a great job. his argument got destroyed, but it was funny as all hell.
He did a Riley. He actually presented information that debunked his own theory and
Oh God.
evidence.
Yeah.
I love it when they do that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It was
I absolutely love it.
quite amusing to watch.
Yeah.
I don't know whether that's called doing a Riley or doing a Gleam. They're very
I
similar.
thought it'd be doing a Ranty.
Or a,
Well, right, yeah.
or a Travis.
There's a pattern forming here.
Huh.
That's stretching it a bit.
Let's play.
Oh yeah,
Oh yeah.
I knew I was doing something.
(1066 AD) was a momentous year in British history. The Battle of Hastings and the Norman invasion of Britain closed the book on the Anglo-Saxon era forever, and began a new chapter in the formation of England as we know it today. Before the Normans came to England, however, the British Isles had endured 3 centuries of ceaseless turmoil at the hands of the Vikings. In 865 AD, a coalition army of Danish, Norwegian and Swedish warriors set sail with the singular intention of subjugating Britannia. Over the next 13 years, they would conquer many settlements around the mainland.
The impact of the Viking invasions of the 860s in terms of English history going forward is very significant. The most important thing it does is it clears away every Anglo-Saxon kingdom except Wessex.
After many defeats, a young King Alfred faced the great Viking army in 878 AD, near the town of Edington in Wiltshire. Forming his men into a densely packed shield wall formation, Alfred observed as the Vikings crashed against the impregnable Anglo-Saxon line.
The shield wall was the epitome of Anglo-Saxon warfare, a strong line of troops, always with the housecarls at the front in their finest mail armour. It was an impenetrable force that was the key to winning battles.
Sustaining heavy losses, the Viking leader Guthrum realised his forces were outmatched, and his army retreated to nearby fortifications. Alfred's men gave chase and laid siege. After 2 weeks of dwindling supplies, the starving Scandinavians finally surrendered. The Viking invasion of Britain was over, even if England's troubles were not. For a time, it seemed like peace would reign. Alfred the Great showed mercy to the invaders, allowing them to settle peacefully in the east of England, which would come to be known as the Danelaw. That peace, however, would not last. The Danes continued to pursue their designs on England, but England pushed back. By the events of 1066, the Danelaw had been completely overtaken by the Anglo-Saxon. After centuries of struggle, the Anglo-Saxons finally held dominion over all England. 1066 was the year that changed everything, and it started with the death of a king. Edward the Confessor fell gravely ill, and there were several claimants who professed to be next in line to the throne of England. The first was Harold Godwinson of Wessex. He was close to Edward and popular with the people. Next was William, Duke of Normandy. He was a distant cousin of Edward's and claimed that Edward had promised him the throne, a claim the English naturally refuted.
The claim that William the Conqueror has to England is very, very weak. There's obviously the family connection with Emma of Normandy. The real cause of the invasion is the opportunity.
Last was Harald Hardrada, the King of Norway and a descendant of King Canute, who had ruled England from 1016 to 1035 AD.
Harald Hardrada had vague but very weak genealogical claims to the throne of England.
Edward chose Harold Godwinson to succeed him and died on the 5th of January 1066. Harold was crowned the very next day, spurring Duke William and Harald Hardrada to immediate action.
Harold Godwinson succeeded Edward the Confessor, shaped that succession. The Godwinson family, of which Harold was the leader, was already the most powerful family in England.
William began by touring Normandy, currying favour with the nobles using promises of lands and titles. With their support, he began assembling an invasion force. However, catching wind of this, Harold Godwinson began building a defence force of his own. Summer passed into autumn and the invasion never came. In September of 1066, however, word came from the north. While Harold Godwinson's attention was so firmly fixed on the Norman threat, Harold Hardrada had sailed from Norway to invade Northumbria. Harold marshalled his troops immediately. In a breathtaking feat of stamina, his army marched 185 miles in 4 days and directly into battle with the Norwegians at Stamford Bridge near York. The invaders were taken utterly by surprise. Harold Hardrada fell in battle, his forces destroyed or scattered, but Harold Godwinson's decisive victory was short-lived. The Norman invasion force landed at Pevensey Beach and marched to Hastings to erect its fortifications. William even burned his own ships as a symbol of his commitment to victory. Hearing the news, Harold and his now ragged army raced south once again, pausing only in London to bolster their forces and resupply.
On his way south, Harold took a detour via London to first gather more troops and secondly to reassure his nobles that, everything was fine, he was going to win this battle, he was going to be king.
Pressing south until he approached the Norman encampment, Harold arrayed his near-exhausted forces on Senlac Ridge, just outside the town now known as Battle, 10 miles from Hastings. As the Norman army approached the incumbent king, it became clear that Harold was hopelessly outnumbered. Worse still, William's army also contained cavalry and many archers, making it far more versatile. Harold's army had no choice but to adopt the tried and tested shield wall formation and hope to weather the coming storm. It began to look as if the battle might swing in Harold's favour. In the face of such a stout defence, the entire Norman left flank began to waver. Worse still, rumour spread amongst the ranks that William himself had been slain. The Duke's entire battle line fell back from the defiant Anglo-Saxon shield wall, and with a great roar, the defenders saw the retreat and broke ranks to pursue the routers. William was alive and well, however. Riding before his men, he urged them forward, and with renewed courage, the Norman soldiers turned to countercharge the Anglo-Saxons in open battle. But the shield wall had broken, and the exhausted English army was no match for the fresh troops and combined punch of William's more versatile army. The Bayeux Tapestry vividly depicts King Harold's gruesome end, struck in the eye by a Norman arrow before being ridden down by one of William the Conqueror's cavalrymen. The Battle of Hastings was over, and with it, the age of the Anglo-Saxons.
So yeah, there you go. A pivotal point in English history.
Clickety click click click.
Tappity tap. I think there have been some arguments that had Harold not been up north seeing off that force, and that had he been ready for the Normans, things might have been different. But I don't think he'd have stood a chance anyway.
Well,
infantry don't go very well against cavalry.
So Anglo-Saxons are the native type peoples of Britain.
Well,
no.
they
No.
well. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The Celts were here in the Iron Age.
Yes.
And then the Romans came and kicked the Celts into Scotland and Wales and that other island that's called Ireland.
Yeah.
And then the Romans buggered off in 473,
something like that.
476. At the end of the 5th century, anyway. They buggered off back to Rome, and then we had invasions by the Angles and the Saxons, then the Romans, and then the
That's okay. That was me.
Echo. Yeah, you got the Angles, the
Yeah.
Saxons, and the Dukes.
And a few others, and and basically they came over here to, in some regards, help protect the existing population, because whereas they'd had the Roman army, they'd had the Roman army before, there was then no formal army when the Romans buggered off, and that was one of the reasons why those people came here. And in some ways, is why they ended up being the lords, is because they were the ones who were in a position to kick ass, they say.
And were the French typical in what they normally do, or just sit there and do nothing all this time?
Well, I mean, the thing is that the Saxon, those other Northern European tribes that came over here, they didn't do nothing. I mean, it was like a big unofficial empire, really, in many ways. In that, there was lots of trade, there was lots of stuff going on. It's just that there is no written history, and archaeological finds are difficult because everything that was made from timber and other natural stuff, and it all rots down, it all gets, and all you're left with is post holes. But if you look at things like art and what have you, there was plenty of it still going on. It was just that we don't really have records of it anymore. I mean, no. When it comes to history, what we've got bead, from Jarrow. There's a little bit of Norse, or that area literature survived. Things like Beowulf. But mostly anything that had survived was written down by other people secondhand.
Yep. Yeah, hence the Dark Ages.
Okay, what about the religious part of it, where we were listening to it in the other video, where the Vikings got what he called it to Christianity. How far was Britain and the Anglo-Saxons and all around the time period of this second video we just watched? Where was Christianity at that level by then?
Most of Europe.
Right.
Most of Europe.
Yeah, most of Europe was Christian. I mean, the Saxons, because the Saxons originally worshipped the old gods, Odin and Thor, and because let's face it, we have we still in our week have Odin's Day, Thor's Day, and Frigg's Day. I'm pretty sure Tuesday's a Norse one as well, but I can never remember which. Never remember if that's one of the Norse gods or not. But I mean, and when the Vikings did come, again they mostly did what the Normans did. They left the population alone and just knocked off all the lords and replaced the management, so to speak.
The only thing that I hadn't picked up on there yet, because we're not really doing Britain as such yet, which we may have to do, is when the first kings and queens were getting on the thrones type. Because I picked up on a bit of that here and there and watching some of these videos. There was some kings and queens coming into things.
Well, you have to remember also back then at this point in time, England wasn't a country.
Yeah.
What you had Northumbria, Mercia,
Wessex.
the bit that's East Anglia, and Wessex.
Good old Wessex, which
Good
doesn't
old
exist
Wessex.
anymore.
And Wessex was one of the bigger countries. Wessex and Mercia were the two big ones, and it was. I'm trying to think which the Danes basically took control of Northumbria first, which is like the northern half of Britain from like York upwards, or even a bit lower than. Then you've got Mercia, which is the middle bit, so like
the first one out.
Across from about
that one.
Oh, that one's even. That's really early.
Yeah, that's even earlier. Oh, there's Mercia. There's Wessex. Yeah.
Mercia, Wessex.
Oh, you're in Anglia, Alan.
Yeah, I'm in Anglia, yes, but I am actually an East Saxon, not an Anglo.
I'm in South Clyde, the purple bit of Scotland now.
I'm in Anglia.
You're in Anglia. I'm trying to find.
I'm an Anglo through and through.
Pip's up here somewhere.
Up, purple. Up. Still in England. Up.
Left.
On the
left.
There.
There.
Just about. See where the E is.
Stop moving that.
See where the E is in Strathclyde, over on the west coast.
Don't forget, I'm not looking at this in full screen, so it's a little bit smaller for me.
Over on the
up
west.
The top.
Scotland.
Up a bit.
Left.
No, not down. Up.
Far.
Go left.
Close. Far away. There. Bang on. Whoa. No, you missed it. No, back. No, up. Down. Left. No, up. Right. No, you're miles away.
Anyway, I'm just at the east on the coast.
Yeah.
That's
the east coast.
Left coast.
That's the east coast. I'm on the west coast.
That's the left. That's the left coast.
Yeah.
No. That's the right coast.
That's the right
coast. That's the east coast. That's the east coast area.
Where the purple bit that says Strathclyde.
I'm colour illiterate. I don't know where purple is.
Oh, the other side. The opposite side you're on, Terry.
No, you're not.
Opposite side you're on, Terry.
No.
No, that's the east. He's
on
the right coast. Man, stop it.
Right, you're in Scotland. You're at Edinburgh. No, you're in England. Right.
I don't know where I am.
Really?
It says Strathclyde. For God's sake. There's a big yellow bit at the side of Scotland there. Can you see it? Up.
Up here?
Yeah. Well, now there's a purple
down
bit
just a little
beside
bit.
it. To the right, just a tad. Just a tad to the right.
Just to the right.
Right,
whoa.
Right, that's Strathclyde, which is still Strathclyde to this day. But I am away down at the bottom of it, just on the coast at the E.
Where it meets the green, Terry.
Yeah, where it meets the green.
Where's
Or
green?
turquoise.
The
turquoise green colour.
Green.
Right down to, just go down.
Down the letters to the last
Down
letter.
Follow the letters. No, the end of the letters. Go
Finally.
back up to the end of the letters.
There.
Yep, there.
Hey.
Now go to the coast. That's me.
That's it. We got there in the end.
Don't panic, Mr. Monerin. Don't panic, Mr. Monerin.
There wasn't any help from you know who.
And
Who's
if
that?
Ireland was there, I can see Ireland from there. So Ireland's missing from this bit, obviously.
Northern Ireland, Pep.
Northern Ireland. I think.
It wasn't me. That was Casual's fault. He made me do it. Oh, by the way, I've just got a letter from 10 Downing Street.
Oh,
Did you
Yeah, we
get
got one
Alan?
yesterday.
Did you get one,
What
Alan?
a waste of paper.
I don't know.
From
I
Boris.
might have done. Might not have. It might have just got picked up and
Waste of bloody
with all the
paper.
other letters.
Yes, Pip.
Why? What useless information is it telling us?
Well, this is personally addressed to me.
Oh, yeah.
It says, I'm writing to you to update. See, it's personally updated to me. I'm writing to you to update you on the steps we are taking to combat that word, human malware. And he's even personally signed it with a printer.
Well, you get a letter, and I just get an SMS.
Yeah.
I just get.
Terry, go back one. Go back one. That is like the perfect map showing Wessex at the bottom, Wessex across the bottom. Then you've got East Anglia on the right hand side, Mercia in the middle. Wessex on the bottom.
It's all in
Mercia in the middle, East Anglia on the right, and then Northumbria sitting on top.
Yeah, it's all in Latin.
Oh, there's
Yeah. It's all in that funny language.
Yeah, it's all in funny language. But it's showing you
but at
different
least
regions.
it's showing you all the kingdoms as they were basically at the start of the Viking invasion period.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Wessex is unified across the bottom. Anglia has got you've got the Kingdom of Anglia, you've got Mercia, and then you've got Northumbria at the top.
Who owned Isle of Man? The middle bit.
That was kind of the Isle of Man was, I think, kind of part of Northumbria, and then you got the Welsh. Then you got the Celtic Welsh in Wales, and the Cornish. The Cornish were still kind of a little bit not there attached,
but
like
they still are now.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if you, I mean, the thing is that so Northumbria fell first, then East Anglia, then Mercia, then East Anglia, and then eventually they didn't ever take Wessex.
Oh, didn't they?
No.
Oh, right.
But there you go. That's the East Angles, Middle Angles, East Saxons, West Saxons, Kent, Bernica. That's early, and then it.
That confused Riley.
It was a bit fluid. It was not all, but
I like that.
Oddly enough, the Norse or the Viking names for a lot of towns are what have survived.
Didn't anybody want Irish?
No.
No, still don't.
No.
Shall I tell you why they didn't want the Irish?
It's green.
Because the Skrælings, who were what the Norse called, well, what the Irish were called, were right hard bastards, and nobody really wanted to fight with them because they were a bit too hard, even for the Vikings. They just couldn't subdue them.
Oh, I've got a Roman road near me, apparently.
If you need to know anything about the Irish, just look up the term a navvy
Mm-hmm.
and look at their diet, which consisted of 10 pints per day while they were working, and the amount of soil and stuff they could move while they were building the railroads and stuff.
Yeah.
Well, they all come over here to do it as well.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were the first. They were the first foreigners that invaded to steal your jobs.
Yep.
Still our jobs.
So has anybody got a Roman road near them? I can see one running up through
Yes.
Apparently
Yes,
I
here.
do.
Roman
we have.
road.
Yes,
we have. The oldest, in fact, in the borough where I live, is the oldest village. It's supposedly the oldest village in Britain.
Colchester.
Terry, if you can find
Colchester.
Scotland,
No,
again, go up and
case. I said village.
Oh,
not
sorry. Yeah,
town
yeah.
or
Yeah.
Caister, out
and
on the coast,
Hadrian.
which is Roman.
yeah, I've got a Roman road. Oh my God, yes.
But
I
we've
thought
got
Colchester was the oldest town in Britain.
no village. 2,000 years and only ever a village.
Yeah, no, but I thought Colchester was the oldest established place in Britain. No?
Is farmers around
No.
this area here?
Oh, right. Okay.
A little bit further
No.
left.
Left. Yeah.
About there?
More, no, left. Left.
Oh,
Left.
I said left.
You
Big
went
old
right.
Yeah, you said we said left. You went right. You're really good at this, Terry.
Your
When you
left
say
hand's
left,
the one
you
that
go
makes the
right.
nail between your
Your
There's a
other
road
left.
here.
Yeah, your other left.
So
Yeah.
farmers is around here somewhere.
Yeah, some-ish.
Yeah, about that ish.
Okay, so he's got one.
Ish.
He's got one sort of there.
But
life red knots.
yeah, a lot of the village names around me are Norse in origin. Pretty much all the places that end in by are from the Old Norse.
Which
So
way do I go
around
for
me,
you,
we've
Matt?
got
Sorry?
Which way for you?
same as me. It's only about 20 miles from me.
Oh, he's over
Yeah.
here. Okay.
Yeah, a little bit
But
further. Bit further. I ain't going to give you directions because you'll go the wrong way. Right. There. Right where you got your mouse.
I just left it
Up a
there.
bit. Up a bit.
Yeah, up a little bit.
Up a bit. There. Somewhere. No, down.
Yeah, down a
Down
bit.
a bit. Down a bit. Down a bit. Down a bit. Down a
About
bit.
there.
About there.
Well, that's
somewhere.
good enough.
Yeah.
Well, it's
and
got to be
I'm kind
accurate.
of-
Let's
I
see if you
can-
put
I
the
can see it.
animations on, we could do it ourselves.
Yeah. Oh, I knew I forgot to do something.
Well, I can't because you're stuck in England now, but
Yeah, we've got lots of villages around here: Rollsby, Philby, Ormsby.
I didn't know
There's
that.
2 Ormsbys.
I've got a
They're all-
Hornsby. I've got a
they're
Hornsby
all
just up
Lots
past
of
here.
names.
Camel Odie and Dum Dum. Is that the name of Is that the name of Colchester?
I'm a
In
loaded
Latin?
In Latin, yeah.
Camel Dundum. Camel Dundum. I
the
like. I
real
prefer
non sequitur
Colchester.
says, are these poems self-doxing?
Yeah, I prefer Colchester. It's easier to say.
Oh, that's lovely.
I think most people know where I live anyway, so it's like a bit.
You live in the arse
Yeah.
end of England.
Iceni, that's where we live.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
you live inside Terry's head as his number one voice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I live. Yes, I am Terry's number one voice in his head.
Very funny, Bo. Very funny. Bo says the Scottish kilt is an evolutionary piece of garment. The natural response to seeing Viking longships is to soil yourself and run. If you try it in pants, they'll catch you.
Yeah, but the Vikings never did actually settle Scotland, did they? They left the pick again, like the Skraelings in Hibernia. They left the Scots alone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Too hard.
Yeah.
Too hard, and not worth conquering.
Yeah. Nothing up there worth.
Someone must have sneaked in somewhere. I've got red hair.
Yeah, we got a burial, didn't we, just down the road from us, Alan?
Well, there's yeah,
Viking.
the no, the Sutton who's Saxon.
A Saxon, yeah, but we got a Viking burial as well somewhere. I
Oh,
remember they found a.
No doubt. There's I tell you where is Blythborough is very, although again it's a Norse name. Blythborough is actually a Saxon settlement.
Blythborough, yeah. I'm sure we.
Because I remember them doing a.
I'm sure we had a burial site somewhere.
Yeah,
Cambridge.
Any name like that is Old English. That's Old English derivation.
Well, the BY is Norse, and
yeah, BY is Old Norse. Anything with Berry, Borough, Bruh, or Berg.
Yeah, well, Berg actually is like Old English for castle or defended town or walled town, essentially.
Oh, is that what Berg stands for?
That is what Berg is. Yeah, Berg is a Berg, BURGH, was a fortified walled town.
Yeah,
because that's how that's actually how the Vikings were essentially seen off by the Saxons. Was they built burgs and defended the burgs, and the Vikings were not good at doing sieges.
No.
So yeah, if you put everything inside the wall, everything inside the fortified town, he is good. Changing the subject, the guy on the video, I've watched some of his stuff before. He is brilliant. He makes a lot of replica weapons. He's a swordsmith as well.
When I first saw it, I thought it was Terry got fed up and went to his workshop.
Yeah. No, he's. I've seen some of his Todd's workshop. I believe the guy's goes under the name of.
He kicked Phil out. I just let him in and he jumped out again. He had his avatar and everything.
That's because you mentioned Vikings.
Oh.
Who was it?
Oh, and can I just answer Dora? Yeah, Dora, I don't actually put the GPS location or the latitude and longitude close enough that you could walk up to my front door on my videos. But I'm pretty sure if anybody was to look at my videos and it wouldn't take you very long to work out where I lived.
No.
And it's not like I'm actually worried about somebody coming to the house and being.
No, he's got radar. Don't hassle Alan.
I'm going to knock on Alan's door one day, and he goes, "Who's the F and this is knocking on my door?" And he'll open the door, and there I am.
And he'll go, "What the F you want?"
Here, you want to sting you in the dark.
No, I don't want to buy anything. Slam the door in your face.
No, I don't have a Bible. Piss off.
Yeah. So anything ended in what? Was it BY, LY?
Pretty much all the names that end in BY are sort of Viking Norse.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bergs are pretty much all Saxon or earlier, because a lot of places, of course, became Bergs because they fortified the town or the city.
What's making here a bow?
Yeah, it's a crossbow.
Crossbow, yeah.
There's a lot of places in Scotland that are Norse. Anywhere that's called a firth, that's Old Norse. That's a fjord. So the Firth of Forth, Solway Firth, Firth of Clyde.
Yeah,
they're all Norse.
Firth of Clyde, yeah.
Yeah, they're all Norse. What else you got in Scotland? Kelds, that's Old Norse for spring.
All Phil done was change his avatar.
Hello, Professor Phil.
Hi, Phil.
How are you guys?
Good, thanks.
Oh, we're good.
Good, okay.
It's good. What's the topic? Oh, that looks like
What are you using a megaphone for a microphone?
I thought you got a new mic.
He's got a new mic.
Hey, John. I've got a new mic.
It just sounds like you're overdriving it a bit somehow with either the settings or you're too close.
No,
one of those three.
it's just sitting there on the desk, and about 2 foot away from me.
Whoa, I think you've got some. I think some of your settings are a little bit high because if you're 2 foot away, and then it sounds like you're overdriving it.
Oh, okay.
Has it got a volume control on it, Professor Phil?
Has it got a volume control on it? No, that's a volume control for a speaker. What's it got on this side? It's got something called.
Is there a volume control on it?
For a speaker, yeah, I think because you can connect a headphone to it.
That's probably what it is.
That's where you can connect a headphone. Yeah, there's nothing else. There's no.
It might be better than headphones, so.
Must be the gain.
Yeah, it'll be the gain inside,
turn
sure.
it down in Windows or something like that.
Or Discord.
Yeah, that's right. So is there some place here in Zoom where you can adjust the volume?
No.
Yes, there is, Professor Phil. Yeah, so if you click the up arrow.
Yep.
Next to the
In
microphone.
audio settings, yeah.
Yeah,
Go into
well,
where it says audio
turn yours up a
settings.
bit, Peter, while you're there.
So
I can't, Terry.
go open sound settings.
Yep.
I'll just do this and you'll hear me pop all
I'll
the
go
time.
to input. It says microphone Yeti Nano.
Oh, you got Yeti. Oh, yeah, you're overdriving it. Turn it down a
Yeah,
bit.
that should the Yeti should have a volume control on it.
Doesn't seem to be. That volume control's got a speaker next to it. It's got a headphone next to it.
Oh, okay. Yes, just turn it down in the at the microphone setting.
Advanced sound options. Oh, manage sound devices. Maybe that's the place.
Is that better, Terry?
Yeah, that's okay. It just sounded like you were too far away.
Yeah. Zoom done the usual thing and turned it down on me again.
Oh, bugger.
I know what I'll do.
You should have an audio setting.
Something over it. Is it really that loud, is it?
Yeah.
No, it's not loud. Well, it's not particularly loud. It's just
One
noise.
extreme to the other.
It's very boomy.
It sounds like you're in the bathroom.
You guys were complaining you couldn't hear it just a little while back.
Hang on.
Yeah.
Professor
No, I can hear it.
Phil.
Yeah.
Professor Phil, do you want to know
Yeah.
what it sounds like?
Yeah, go ahead.
This is what it sounds like.
Oh, okay.
How's
Okay, a bit
that for,
echoey.
how's that for off the cuff?
That's pretty good.
Shut off.
Yeah, it's too
That does
booming.
sound a bit
I can do
echoey.
the same.
It's not so much echoey. It sounds like, as Terry said, it sounds like you're overdriving it.
Yeah, your gain's
Try
just a
to
little bit
see.
high.
See, I'm trying to put something over it.
When you're in Discord or when you're in Zoom or when you're on a Google Meets or depending on where you are, you'll learn to have different settings for different places.
Okay, how does this sound?
Whoa,
It's just
that's just as
Still about
bad.
the same.
Still a little bit high. Did you turn it down in the settings,
Zoom?
Professor Phil?
No.
Zoom.
All I did was I just like I put a sponge over its head.
No,
Yeah,
no,
Oh, no,
that's
you
not.
need
That's
to
not going
turn
to
the
help.
drive down.
No, you need to turn it down in Zoom itself.
Oh, there is a way.
Yeah. So if you down next to the microphone, there's the up arrow.
Hang on a second. I'll bring this up again. Okay, down near the microphone. Oh, yep. I see the up
Just
arrow.
to the
yeah.
right. So click the up arrow.
Yeah, I got it.
Right down the bottom of the menu, there's an audio settings button. Click on that.
Yeah. Yeah, him.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
should have where it says speaker, and below that it should say
Okay, it's
microphone.
right up.
Right. Yeah. So turn it down to about 2/3. And give that a go.
It's very low now.
Are you there, Professor Phil?
He's talking.
Very low. Turn it down.
Very
to
low.
Yeah, you've gone too far. Just turn it up a little bit more.
Yeah, okay. Just a minute.
Just a wee bit more.
All right. Okay, just a bit more. All right, hang on a sec. Okay, microphone. All right, let's go up a bit.
It doesn't say anything about gain in here, does it? It's just got
it was full
microphone.
blast,
That's it.
so.
Yeah. Okay. So you're gonna have to turn it up a little bit more.
What?
That's Pip.
Yeah. That was Pip.
All right, is that any better?
A little bit
It's
louder.
just a
a
little
tad
bit
more.
too low now. Up a bit more.
Yeah, just a tad more.
Up a bit more. Okay, all right, no worries. We'll
That
get
must
there.
have been through my headphones, did
We'll
it?
have it down.
Yeah.
Have it down pat.
I won't do that again now.
Hopefully you only have to do this once. Hopefully the settings will
We've watched
save.
many pigs eating grass. Thanks. It's me.
You there, Professor Phil?
Yeah. Okay.
Just,
Any better?
yeah. Say a sentence.
Is that better?
Yeah, that sounds all right. It's
Okay.
a wee little bit low. If you could go up just a little bit more, I think.
Oh, okay. I think what might happen is that the difference between full blast and too low is very small.
Yeah, right there. Leave it there.
It doesn't have
Picking up a lot of
percentage on it, does
background
it?
noise.
It's hard to
Picking
tell
up
without a
an awful lot of
number on it.
background noise.
Yeah.
You still there, Professor Phil?
I am.
Jeez. Yeah, the Yeti's gain is kicking in.
Ah, what's that mean?
Oh, the Yeti has a built-in preamplifier, so it's so the small signal's already been amplified a lot by the Yeti before it goes into your computer.
Oh, I see.
So what you'll need to do is go into the Windows settings later on. We can do it in Discord with you.
Yeah. Okay. Right, I'll just have to yell at you for now.
No,
No,
you're
no,
not.
No, don't yell. That'll
No.
make it worse.
Seriously,
No,
just don't even push your voice at the moment because it's a little bit louder than it should be, but it's at a good level.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
No worries. Thank you. Okay. So, what is
the sound, the level you've got it at now? If you're about 6 foot away, it probably sounds all right. But when you're 2 foot away, the gain or the boost is kicking in. It's pushing your voice out at this end too much.
If you give this a listen back when it's finished, you'll hear what it sounds like. It's just picking up everything round about.
Yeah.
Making it very echoey. That's all it is.
If there was a fly on your windowsill at the moment, we could hear it.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, gosh.
Phil turned his head around and looked on the windowsill to see if there was a fly there.
Yeah. So, yeah. Okay. All right. Nice to be with you people.
Nice to have you,
Always
Phil.
a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you. Had a very awesome discussion.
You just missed out on the Saxons. Who were they? The Vikings.
The Norse.
Who's Happy Easter Boy?
That's Pip. That's Pip.
Oh. Okay.
Pip.
Pip.
It says
Piparrot.
Pip.
You can whack me, Pip.
Yeah, just on those battles. I mean, it's hard enough to ride a horse. Then you add heavy armor. Then you add a heavy sword. And then you got to rush downhill and attack someone. I mean, that's pretty impressive, really, isn't it?
Well,
you know?
yes and no. The armor wasn't that heavy, and the sword. When the cavalry are attacking, you are relying on momentum. You're on a horse that's running. You've got a fair amount of momentum, so you don't actually have to do too much with the sword. But if you imagine if you're a poor bloody infantryman, you and your mates are standing there, and you've got horses running at you with armed men on the back of them, what are you going to do?
Yeah.
If you're brave enough to stand there and hold your ground, you're going to get flattened.
Yeah.
Don't panic,
No,
Mr. Mandarin.
you step
Don't
aside and
panic,
start
Mr.
the
Mandarin.
barbecue and get ready for horse steaks.
I was going to say, if you're well trained and well disciplined, and you've got your nice long pointy sticks,
pikemen.
Yeah.
Well, no, not pike. They don't have to be pikemen. They just have to be, 6 to 8 foot long pointy sticks. You stick that in the ground and hold it up at 45 degrees, and no cavalry on this earth is going to overrun you. Because the horses will exactly the horses, and that was just with a ban on a bloody brown best musket.
Yep, square. The instant.
So the whole thing was only 6 foot long, but you set that up and no cavalry on this earth is going to overrun you, because the horses will not run onto the sharp pointy sticks. They don't like it up them.
They're not that stupid. Don't matter how
Exactly,
much you go to them, they are not doing that.
No, but you have to be very well trained and very well disciplined, because otherwise it's really easy to break infantry.
Yeah.
But the sharp pointy stick is in fact one of the best weapons on the battlefield, or was one of the best weapons on the battlefield up until
bang bang.
Firearms.
Well, I was going to say up until around about 1800. Firearms took 300 years to get effective, and even then they weren't very.
Yeah, but the whole point was, and particularly the Battle of Hastings, you've got an army that's a few days ago, a week and a half ago, has marched north in setting records as to how quickly they did it. Fought a battle, and then come south again as quick as possible. I mean, they couldn't have been more knackered if they tried. Oh, and by the way, here's an army of Normans who are intent on killing you. Off you go.
Yeah, I mean the battle of Stamford Bridge, was it?
Yes, the one that was up north. Yeah, Stamford Bridge.
Up north. They absolutely annihilated that lot.
Oh yeah, but even so,
it wasn't. I mean, that battle wasn't just a victory. That was an annihilation. They decimated the enemy, or more than decimated the enemy. But yeah, and then they had to march all the way back, and Harold didn't really get to pick his ground, did he?
No.
Hello, Blue. Blue's in the side.
Although, it was the classic classic battle down the hill, across the bottom of the valley, up the hill to attack the enemy.
Yes. Yeah. I would like that Blue saying he didn't use any effects. That's just his voice when he's doing his God impression.
It just came out like that.
Just came out like that.
Yeah.
Classy.
Stu, I'll give you a thumbs up with Audacity as well. Excellent program.
Ooh.
Ooh.
I managed to set my coordinates in Stellarium. Yay.
Yay.
Well, hopefully they'll stay this time. That's all I've managed to do, but there we go.
What's your start?
You stupid thing. I must remember to stop talking to myself, stop talking to the computer because it won't help.
No, and people in white coats might take you away.
Coming to take me
Well,
away.
just-
Aha.
Hee hee to the funny farm. Where
I just-
everything's nice.
I just can't believe that I get told that this program is so much better than the program I was using. And yet the program I was using which is notoriously bad for running on computers, would let me work on 4K video at 60 frames a second. And this doesn't like working on 1080p at 24 frames a second because it's using too many resources. Memory is full again.
We're having problems.
Yeah.
Oh, not again.
Big blue.
Yeah, I'll go
Everyone,
fix it.
avert your eyes, or else we're going to see a big blue.
Yeah, I can fix it.
Cool.
Do it.
Whoop. Whoop.
Jeez, everyone is having this problem.
I'm not.
Well, no, neither am I, but I just thought I'd try and make them feel better.
But I made it.
Jeez.
Even the Irish twat didn't have this problem.
Farmers,
No,
I was just
but
trying to
you've
make
got-
everyone feel
Was
better.
my mic
you know?
muted again? I was talking, sorry.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
bacon
yeah.
God, you've got a dog covered in bacon, so nothing's going to go wrong for you.
I was just saying in the internal chat, Pip's message, is that the way you spell that person's name?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I must have missed it. I was watching
There you go,
was
Terry.
watching
I dropped a fistful of
Travelers check.
pikeman pictures in the
What?
Discord for you.
Come on, you must have heard of that. A fistful of travelers checks.
Mm-hmm.
See, Pip knows what I'm on about.
Yeah, I do.
Plus, you follow along with 5 Go Mad endorse it.
Yeah, why don't I drag out some videos? I'll get back to you.
All right, you do that.
Gotta go, guys. Someone's knocking at my door.
Okay, I'll
okay,
talk to you
man.
later. I need to talk to you later about something, Mad, but I'll see you after.
Okie dokie.
See you, mate.
All
Hey,
right,
man.
I'll be
Bye,
back
Mad.
later,
Mad.
guys.
Might see you over
Later,
on
guys, and
Discord
a
later.
peanut.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, we'll see you in Discord later. Bye,
Okay,
Peanut
okay.
Gallery. Cheers. Bye.
Yeah.
Bye.
Here we go. One out, one in.
Teams change.
Yeah, teams change. Change team. Well, Mad's still here. His avatar's still here. Does Mad want to leave his avatar here?
No, just in case.
Well, always take your avatar with you. You might need it later.
I don't
See,
know
that's
what
what
you
happened.
did, Blue, but poor Mad, he was very ropeable earlier because he couldn't figure out why he couldn't get in without his avatar. He tried all different ways. And
But it's
Oh.
because, Terry, he left it in here last time like this, and then he forgot to pick it up, so he didn't have it to bring back in here.
Yeah, you got to keep track of your avatar.
Yep.
It'll get lost.
Can you get animated avatars in here?
Yeah, I have.
Yes.
Because
Kind of.
mine's supposed to be animated and it's not
Ah.
working.
Kind of, Pip, but you
What,
can't
you-
do it
what?
the way that you've
If
done
your avatar was mated, not mated,
It's
animated.
animated, yeah, it is. You see the bit in the background with the rabbit and the woman holding a carrot? That's supposed to be moving.
Oh.
I thought she'd be
Is it
moving.
a,
Well, she's not moving.
No, she won't move.
it. It's a GIF, isn't it?
Yeah,
if
yeah.
it's a, yeah,
I
they
made
don't,
it myself.
they don't work.
They don't work.
No,
you need
no,
to have a like a MP4 video file,
No, never mind now.
and then use that as a virtual background for your camera, and then
Oh.
have your camera have your camera blanked off.
Okay. No matter then.
Oh, fucker. Sitting here waiting for a book to turn up in the post, and I've just got an email to say, oh, you've had a refund. Oh,
Oh dear.
I'll have to try and find it somewhere else. I've not had an email saying why I've had a refund, just that I've had a refund. Boo-hoo.
There's not many people have dropped anything lately.
Dan just dropped one, Terry. So did Creaky Blinder.
Yeah, I've got Dan, and I've got Creaky.
Wally dropped one.
Yeah.
I hope he didn't smell the house out.
He flushed. It's all right.
Oh, speaking of
Whatever.
Yeah, but you're not.
Speaking of, yeah, how would you like to see something that no one else has seen before?
Keep your pants on, Terry.
Yeah. Blimey.
It's not what I meant. This has never been seen by anybody else except for you. This is the premiere of it.
Oh, okay.
Oh, buggeration.
I hope it's not video.
No, that's not what it is. This is exclusive to me. It's what we were talking about the other night with Wally.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Oh, I saw this earlier.
Geckos.
Oh, no, it's different.
Get out. Here's one. There's two.
Oh. Oh, yeah, he said he was collecting geckos, didn't he?
Oh,
Can't look.
somebody's come to find them.
I didn't realise we had this many geckos around.
Oh, that's the one way of dealing with them.
Is this the weapons what the Vikings used to use?
No, we're finished with Viking weapons.
Yeah, they used to use
getting
butcher
some
birds.
videos up.
Yeah, they used as butcher birds to kill everyone. I thought salamanders were poisonous for animals.
Geckos.
They're not salamanders. They're
Oh, it's a
they're
gecko.
geckos. Yeah.
Ah, right.
We don't have salamanders here.
Do you not?
British jet.
No.
Oh. Well, you killed all of them as well?
No, blue tongue lizards ate them all.
They weren't vicious enough to live in Australia, so they killed them all.
No, they just got eaten.
Yeah, we're not allowed to build roads or houses
Burgess
if
hit me
there's
quick.
any.
Oh, that one's a bite size, that one.
Yeah, if there's any salamanders. Oh no, we
better
can't build
fair
them.
this up a little bit. There's
Well,
a
we
few
don't
in
have.
the
No,
trees.
what you're thinking of is great crested newts.
And newts.
Yeah, but particularly
great
great
crested
crested
newts.
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 We had them at a project just outside Milton Keynes, and we had various areas cordoned off. And we also had it at RAF Bryce Norton. They were going to start a £45 million project for the Airbus A400. And somebody thought they saw a great crested newt, and they then spent £1 million
Trying to find it.
trying to find them, protecting the area that they thought they were in, and building, creating another area out near the bomb dump on the edge of the airbase, as somewhere for the newts to live once they caught the newts that somebody might have seen. And by the time I finished my contract there, they'd spent over £1 million on this, and the A400 development was on hold.
Yeah, which they
£45
thought.
million project was on hold because somebody might, and they never actually confirmed, but somebody thought they might have seen a great crested newt.
Yeah, just being a spiteful twat.
Well, I don't know. He might well have done, but that's the sort of money that they spent putting up these little sort of 2 foot high like fences around the entire area, so that if
Hello,
there are
wonderful
any
person. This is Anton, and in this video,
Thanks, Anton.
Yeah,
take
thanks.
them-
Thanks,
I watched
Anton.
earlier, Anton.
They take them very seriously over here. Very,
They-
very
they-
seriously.
Yeah.
Oh,
They
yeah,
did
they
exactly
do.
the same thing here, farmers. For there was a little frog. Obviously, frogs are somewhat
Ribbit.
important as far as the eco culture
Ribbit.
and all that goes. And
Ribbit.
Yeah, they put up a new freeway that bypassed the old direction, which just so happened to go through a floodway. And because it went through the floodway, there was frogs and all that good stuff everywhere. They had to put up all those 2-foot high fences, underpasses for all the frogs so that they could get to and fro. And then also in Melbourne, they put a tunnel in, and the local their local roads or road authority had to spend billions of dollars on upgrading the ecology above the tunnel to make sure that the frogs wouldn't die.
Yeah.
Were they Budweiser frogs?
No, they were. I can't even remember their name.
I seen a frog caught in the mud once. You know how high he was?
Knee deep.
Knee deep.
Yeah, please.
Amazing how people are complaining that Pip's avatar is too small.
Yes.
Yeah, you ought to speak to Alan about newts and his Acle Road. In Alan.
Yeah, yeah, I seem to have a
Any
problem.
excuse.
I seem to have a problem every time I go to talk. I seem to be muted. Oh, muted. Oh, sorry, muted.
Yeah, Noosid's the one that they do with a sharp knife, Terry.
Oh,
so careful about that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Truth about mass. Truth about mass, force, and gravity, part 1.
Now, who could that be?
Don't know. Anyone on the panel have any idea about who'd be talking about that sort of stuff?
Didn't Riley claim that he knew the source of gravity?
Oh, yeah.
So do I.
The only source he knows about's the one that's in the fridge.
Yeah. He doesn't know the source about eggs and salt, let alone anything else. Crash. Are you still in the kitchen?
He certainly doesn't know how to measure the density of a fluid, does he?
No.
Well, he has no idea what tools to use to measure the density of a fluid.
That's because Unirock taught him that you measure density in parts per inch.
Oh, that's right. That was the claim, wasn't it?
Parts per inch.
Yeah, but those devices have numbers, but we don't know what they mean.
They could be unicorn farts.
Have I got a what do you call it? A person that jumps ship or not converts to the other side. I could remember words. Well, I just found a person that's usually on our Discord that usually talks, and they've gone somewhere else.
Turncoat?
Yeah, turncoat. That's a good word for it. Turncoat.
Yeah, she's been in there a while.
Yeah.
Anna wants to play a game.
Oh.
Because somebody mentioned it in the peanut gallery.
Yeah. I was going to go and say, "Oi, get your butt over here," but
yeah. We can go over. No, we can go over there.
It's in the chat.
Yeah. So give me a minute. I've already got the videos all set up, and I'm going to sneak in there, and then they're going to say, "Oh, aren't you live?" And I go, "Oh yeah, I forgot about that," and I'll bring yous into that. Then I say, "Anyone here know anything about me being live?" And then somebody can speak. Where is it? Here we go. So keep quiet for a sec. I'll just see what's going on. Shh.
See his dedication, she decided to give him warrior training. It's still a work in progress.
What is?
God. Dude, you just really don't want to know. Oh yeah, I wanted to ask you something. You'll get what I mean. Alright. Hey, have you ever heard of a talking flower?
Oh no, not the flower again.
Oh, the flower!
Yes, the flower.
Now I believe that could be one of my parts. So tell me, have we heard of the talking flower, lady?
Yes, we have.
And is that your final answer? So you know all about it?
Absolutely.
The echo flower. In blue.
Yes,
Why do I hear
sounds like
something
an echo.
vibrating in the background?
I got no idea what these guys are doing.
They're all over the
Game
map.
replay.
Yeah, neither have we, mate. We've been here for an hour. They're all something to them. They'll repeat it over and over.
There's a hive of bees in there.
Wait
it's
about it.
Planet Walk.
What's
He's playing.
Well, Papyrus told me something interesting the other day.
I'll leave you.
Undertale.
I'll leave it to
Sometimes
you.
when you're trying to put us out in the live stream and look like a wacko. Sometimes when no one else is
Hey,
around.
we don't have to. We don't have to try for that. You do anyway.
You're looking good now.
Hi, Boomer. Hi, Mippet.
Guys, I'm acting out a serious part.
Yeah, I'm a goat,
Hey,
so
you
just...
Would you like to meet the whole panel?
Yeah, I did die.
I'm reading a script. A flower appears and whispers things to him.
Playing a walk. We're hijacking your Discord here.
Flattery, advice, encouragement.
We're playing a game.
Prediction. Yes, we're playing a game.
Oh.
Weird, huh? I told you.
Well, Planner's playing the game. We're narrating.
Yeah. Someone must be using an echo flower to play a trick on him.
I'll leave it.
Keep an eye out, okay?
I got no idea.
Yes, we know. Thanks.
Yes, Prof.
So,
Get us out of here, Captain
Yeah,
Terry.
okay.
So Terry.
Yeah.
Planet Walk's playing Undertale.
Yeah.
Boomer is actually reading off the words as Planet Walk plays it. That's what's going on in there.
Okay, great.
Let the
I
kids.
see we have a traitor in there.
Yeah.
Let the kids
Oh,
play.
yeah.
Let the kids play their games.
Hey, Terry.
What?
Maybe you need to rethink the roles that Mippet have now.
Interesting.
Take a voice mod away.
I'll strip her of all her powers.
Oh, don't do that! Don't do that! Last time that happened, I got in trouble.
All right.
Hater, you live by the sword, you die by the sword.
Yeah, real non-sec. We can go into any Discord and spy on them. It's a wild time. Have we got the fake Nathan Thompson out in the peanut gallery?
No, it's Nathan Terpson.
Nathan Terpson.
The wonderful Nathan Terpson. He keeps trying to get me to subscribe to him too.
If he subbed, he can have a spanner.
Oh, do you want me to check, Terry? Because I'm sure he will be.
I bought a fresh batch of spanners.
Terry, would you?
I brought a fresh batch of spanners this week, so you can get a fresh one.
Terry, would you like a video that's so hot off the presses it's literally just finished rendering on my computer?
Oh, okay. And it's not the one I've got that I prepared earlier.
No, it's a different one because it's not on. You can't have prepared it because I literally finished. Literally rendered minutes ago.
Dave Cannabis just wants you to press effing play.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Well, let's press play on this then.
Oh, you don't want to. You don't want a spanner. What? Who timed him out?
Who did that?
Who
John
did that?
Rapp.
John Rapp?
John, it's not Nathan Thompson. It's Nathan Terpson.
Terpson.
Yeah.
It's someone completely different.
Yeah.
Yeah. So somebody say play.
Play.
Play. I haven't even picked a video yet. Oh, sorry.
Well, whatever video you pick.
You have now. You have now.
This was like 6 hours ago.
Okay.
I would have. It would have been done quicker, but I've been talking to you lot too.
I've got a Star Trial one here from somebody.
What? That premiered earlier?
Yeah.
Yeah. We might have to show that as well then, Terry.
Is
What's
this
that-
your video
what's-
from this morning, Alan?
What's that
This is my
orange?
video.
What's that orange light behind that building down there?
It's a street light.
Oh, is it? Oh.
That's
A
the,
sodium.
that's the God candle.
Here comes Blue. Big Blue's now coming up. Isn't it amazing how the actual scenery changes as the light actually gets lighter? And you can see all the definition. It just
Yeah, there we go. So, as it's so quick, I'll run it again, and then
why not?
why
Gotta get
not?
your dollars worth, Alan.
Sorry?
Got to get your dollars worth.
Yeah.
Can you see where the sun actually comes from? Because apparently it goes away, so it must come towards us. Oh, isn't that gorgeous?
It's cool.
Just the colours.
Yeah.
It comes out of Nathan Oakley's ass is where it comes from.
I see you got deleted in the side chat.
Well,
in the peanut gallery.
Who did?
Nathan Tom.
That's
Nathan
Nathan
Turson.
Turpson. It's not
Turson.
Nathan Thompson. It's Nathan Turpson.
Oh, I see underlit
Last
cloud.
Is that not actually him then?
See the
No,
cloud?
no, it's not.
See how the cloud was
Oh,
underlit
right.
as it went across?
Yeah. I know, it's brilliant, isn't it?
Yeah. Alan and I were talking about this morning, and I looked out the window. I thought, that's strange. All the clouds are lit
It's a-
from underneath.
It was actually better than I thought it was going to be. Stood outside looking at it, because obviously when you're stood looking at it, you don't see the speedy up bit. Anyway,
No.
shall I now stop the share so that Terry can play whatever Terry would like to play?
No, I'm not playing
No.
anything
Take
yet.
one-
I haven't
take-
even typed out the thing.
Just play
Terry
it one
can
more
take
time.
over whenever he wants, Alan.
I'll hit play again then. There we go. Hit play again.
It's like a screensaver waiting for Terry. It's all good.
Yeah. Save the burning on your screen, Terry.
Yeah, okay. I think I've got everyone's videos here ready. Have you seen anyone?
Just there, that those vivid pinks and reds,
Yeah, just pause it there, Alan.
and the
there was a
blue
better
back-
one after.
Oh, is there?
Yeah, it's better. There's a better bit
Yeah.
after.
Take
Where the-
time. I don't-
The pinks and that like
yeah.
there where it's
That is gorgeous.
and the blues behind the clouds. It's like and that-
Daytime.
and
Nighttime.
that traditional English countryside that that you might see in a painting or something like that.
Like
yeah,
that is-
considering it's all flat around here, much like it was flat around where Turner liked to paint. A bit further south on the Suffolk Essex border.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh, it's so beautiful.
The Hayway.
Yeah,
Yeah, all that.
been there,
That's
where
cool.
that was painted.
Yeah. I was there when he's painting it on that old.
Yeah, that way.
But yeah, his paintings are absolutely gorgeous, aren't they? Stunning.
Yeah.
Yeah, thereabouts. Is it now?
Yes.
Underlit cloud?
Yep.
Yeah.
Right there.
Those couple of frames might come in handy, Blue.
Yeah, I might keep that as a screenshot for a screensaver for thumbnail.
If anybody wants it, just give me the time code down to the frame.
Whatever that time
can
code
give-
is, where the underlit cloud is.
Yeah, I'll find you a good one of the underlit cloud then, Terry, and I'll export it as a proper still photograph for you, so you don't have to grab it out of a frame of video.
Okie dokie.
Because I mean, I have some, there is like over 1,000 JPEG files there combined together to make that video.
Yeah.
And and one of the reasons it takes so long is because I have to have Lightroom export over 1,000 or 1,500 JPEG files converted from the RAWs. So
you need a jar, Pip.
It's a good
one. Bucket.
Yeah,
bucket. You're upstairs.
Yep.
Get a bucket.
I'm upstairs and the loo's downstairs.
Well, that's a bad architectural design of a building. Not putting a toilet upstairs.
Gatorade bottle works.
You got
Pip.
steam running.
Not.
It did
the
for
bedrooms
Riley.
are built into the roof space.
We have a 6. We have
It
a
would have
3.
been an upstairs originally.
4. 3.
2 threes.
3's winning.
Yeah, we have lots of, especially terraced housing in the UK that were built that didn't have internal bathrooms or toilets at all because Victorian working class didn't need them.
Correct. All the way down.
Exactly. I think my house is like 1800 or something.
Well, you're lucky it's even got a toilet.
Mad, we can hear you.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just trying to sort out a
That's all right.
PC.
I just thought I'd.
4 threes. 3 wins.
Yeah, 3 wins.
3.
Oh, Irish stew. My dad used to do that.
Piss out the window.
Well, before the house they're in now was built for them by the council in '67, so they were temporarily housed on another farm for 6 months, and it had an outside toilet. But Dad quite often couldn't be bothered to go all the way downstairs and outside to have a pee, so he'd just go out to the landing, open the window, and pee out of it. Apparently,
I don't think my aim would be that good.
Is Andrea in the peanut gallery tonight?
No, I haven't seen her.
Ah. Well, that means it's okay to play Anton.
Yeah.
Yeah, quick, go for it.
Yeah, okay. While they're not here.
I'll stop the serial play.
Quick, press
We're
play.
going to be talking about this incredible new study that may have created an important foundation for computers to be able to communicate with us by using our brainwaves. But more essentially, it's actually going to help a lot of people that are unable to communicate in any other way. Let's talk about this new discovery and welcome to What the Math. I'm sure most of you have used Google Translate, and you may have also clicked on this button that actually pronounces the words for you. This is what we refer to as text-to-speech. And just like a lot of other things Google has produced, it's based on artificial intelligence and the
That reminds me of that movie in Star Trek when Chekhov's trying to talk to the computer.
Oh yeah.
That bit.
Yeah, I can't understand his accent.
You mean Scotty?
No, was that
That
Scotty? I thought it was the Chekhov.
Scotty talking to the Apple Mac to the mouse?
No, the other one. The other one.
Yeah,
Star Trek. Star Trek.
In the recent film.
Yeah, in the more recent one.
Yeah. I know what you meant.
Yeah. I forget what the line is now. Somebody might remember it.
type of this field usually refers
to non-canon movies.
They're all canon.
No, it wasn't Scotty, John. He was in the Yeah.
Was it the first of the reboots? Either the first or the second? I can't remember which.
Yeah. I'll remember it in a minute.
referred to as neural networks. And the thing is, about 15 to 20 years ago, the text-to-speech options were really limited and most computers could not really handle it. And so a lot of these advances in artificial intelligence really happened in the last 10 years or so. But could we actually go a step further? Could we find a way to interpret the brainwaves and then create speech out of that? Well, it turns out that the paper that was just recently released in Nature magazine did just that. They created the foundation for what could be essentially the transformation of how we communicate with each other, but also how various disabled patients that are unable to speak or are unable to move, for example, could communicate with others as well. Now here's why this is actually a groundbreaking discovery. A lot of this is based on the really old and really popular field known as brain-computer interface or brain-machine interface. For the most part, for the past few decades, we've actually done a lot of these studies on animals, normally mice or in some cases monkeys, and a lot of this was really intrusive. Essentially, you would have to drill into the brain of the monkey, insert electrodes, and then by measuring the electric activity inside the brain of the monkey, the so-called EEG activity, we could then try to find a way to manipulate various things, like for example, through detection of a certain signal, the computer would then activate the arm to move objects around. This was pretty successful, but it was kind of limited because it was never really applied to humans. And for obvious reasons, it was actually almost impossible to conduct these in humans, mostly because of the intrusiveness of the actual procedure. But in this paper, they managed to kind of go around this by using patients that already had electrodes in their brains, usually to monitor various problems that they had because of epileptic seizures. And so by using several participants that already had various electrodes inside the brains, they then asked them to do certain tasks and at the same time used a type of artificial intelligence known as recurrent neural network to train the AI to recognize these EEG patterns and then try to interpret them as certain words or certain sentences. So in other words, they took the EEG measurements, then trained the AI to recognize these measurements and connect them to various words, and thus eventually taught the AI to actually recognize the sentences and words that were being produced by the brain itself. Now, in a nutshell, this is kind of how it worked, but the reality was a little bit more complex. So basically, first of all, the patients had to pronounce the words verbally, they had to say them out loud, and this produced a very specific type of a brain activity that would essentially be interpreted as a certain word producing a certain type of EEG. And so for every type of brain activity, the AI would then have to connect this to the word being pronounced. And the way that neural networks usually work is through repetition. They eventually kind of learn to get better and better. And so after many trials, the artificial intelligence learned to recognize that certain brain patterns produced certain words. And what's interesting here is that they actually focus on words, suggesting that the brain itself was able to produce a word as an electrical symbol. And so, as I'm speaking to you right now, my brain is producing these individual electrical patterns that could technically be interpreted with enough training by artificial intelligence. And before you ask, this was not really related to reading someone's mind. As a matter of fact, the words had to be verbally pronounced for this EEG pattern to be detected. Although in some sense, a study like this does actually imply that you could eventually teach the AI to read someone's mind as well. But what's really important about this particular discovery is that we now have a direct connection between verbal communication that's produced by the brain, which can be relatively easily interpreted by the recurrent neural network, and the actual interpretation of these symbols as words afterwards. Now, overall, they did have a pretty good success eventually after many trials in detecting these words, but there were obviously still a lot of mistakes as well, simply because this is just the beginning, this is a pioneering study in this particular topic. While at the same time, only a very limited amount of words and sentences was used for this study. Specifically, it was 30 to 50 sentences for each of the subjects. And what is super interesting here is that this was enough for the artificial intelligence to establish very powerful connections to identify various signals and interpret them as actual words, with certain subjects having accuracy of about 97%. But unfortunately, this was a pretty small study with only 4 participants, simply because it's not really easy to find people that already have electrodes in their brain. But since the technology in EEG measurements has also been advancing in the last few years, I'm pretty sure at some point we're going to be able to measure all of this without various intrusive surgeries required to install these electrodes. So in other words, we'll be able to acquire all of this data remotely without using any surgeries, and thus have a much better way of collecting data for some of the future studies as well. And because of the way that the study was designed, you could actually see how AI learned all of this. First, spitting out completely nonsensical words and sentences, but eventually acquiring a way to be extremely accurate relatively fast. And what's interesting is that the data from a single patient could then be transferred to another patient, and with only minimal retraining, you could have pretty accurate results as well. Although this does mean that people in general do produce slightly different EEGs, so using this algorithm means that you still have to retrain it for each individual person, which of course also means that it's going to be practically impossible for this kind of algorithm to read someone's mind and to understand exactly what they're thinking about unless you train on that person first. And since last year, Elon Musk actually announced his new startup, the so-called Neuralink, that's going to be pretty much doing all of this in a lot more detail, it means that in a few years from now, we're going to hear more about similar studies where a lot of other artificial intelligence networks are used to try to generate various activities, physical activities, from human brains. So it's very likely that this guy right here is going to create something really similar, but probably a lot more advanced in a few years from now. But just like with Google Translate, obviously this was not perfect and there were quite a lot of relatively silly and funny mistakes. For example, this sentence, "those musicians harmonize marvelously," was actually interpreted as "the spinach was a famous singer." And though I guess there might be some connections between the words, for example singer and musician, it's still kind of interesting to see how the neural networks are not really going to be perfect ever. They're always going to make slight mistakes here and there. And as of right now, this was actually the most accurate such study with the most accurate results, even though it was relatively small in comparison to some of the other studies. In similar previous studies, the accuracy was only about 40%. Here it was close to 90 and even higher than 90 for at least one subject. And so as it stands, it's very likely that by 2030 we're going to have a lot of really complex machines, probably something that you put on your ear or maybe something you wear as a hat, that's going to be able to interpret everything you say and think and then say it for you, and possibly even in different languages. Which of course is reminiscent of the babblefish from The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. And a good example of this is of course text-to-speech from early 2000s compared to what we have today. In 20 years it has gone a really long way, and it's only going to improve even more. So imagine what's going to happen with various brain-computer interfaces in about 20 years from now as well. And if this here only took about 40 minutes of training, with more participants and longer training, the results are going to be almost completely indistinguishable from actual speech as well. Which is of course why I think this is one of the more groundbreaking studies for a lot of people that are either unable to speak or have certain disabilities that prevent them from speaking normally. But once again, just to reinforce the idea, this is not reading someone's mind or reading someone's thoughts. This is just interpreting the brainwaves created when you actually speak verbally. It's still very unlikely that this will be transferable to mental thoughts or inner voice as it's called, because your inner voice works completely different and generates completely different EEG activity. So this is something that is still kind of impossible for us to do right now. But anyway, on that note, that's all I wanted to mention in this video. Check out more from the paper in the description below, and hopefully we'll also hear from Elon Musk about what he's been up to with Neuralink as well. But until we discover more, that's really it. Thank you for watching, subscribe if you still haven't, share this with someone who loves learning about space and sciences, and come back tomorrow to learn something you may have not known before. Also, consider supporting this channel on Patreon, it does help me quite a lot. Alternatively, you can support this channel by buying the Wonderful Person t-shirt I'm wearing right now as well. I'll see you tomorrow, space out, and as always, bye-bye.
Bye. I wonder if that'd help find out what my inner voices in my head keep telling me.
It's too late, Terry. Turn back.
Don't listen to him. Carry on.
The voices, Terry.
Don't listen
I'm
to
the
him,
only
Terry.
voice you should listen to.
No, don't listen to him. I'm on your right side. I'm your father.
Terry.
That's
Terry.
uncomplicated.
Terry. I'm here, Terry. Terry, go make Irene a coffee. Or some other beverage of her choice.
Don't listen to him, Terry. Terry. Terry.
I'm
I
not
am
here.
your father, Terry. Considering
I remember
younger
them
than
working
you.
on that stuff when I was doing my electronics degree back in 93 to 95. But yeah, picking up the signals is actually not the hardest bit. It's working out what the hell they mean.
Yeah.
You can play that link I put in the side chat, in the internal chat.
Oh, I've seen that. Yeah. You might have to put it over in Discord because I can't grab it.
Excuse me.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Yeah. You find a bloody chat on it.
Sorry, I was just pulling out a USB stick.
Did it hurt?
It wasn't me. Go on, move, Evie. Go on, out of the way. It's my seat, not yours. Thank you.
Meow.
No, it's a dog.
Oh, woof.
Meow.
Woof.
Yep. Evie.
Oh, stop.
Right.
No.
Mine.
No.
Whose is this? Go on, say hello to everyone. What'd you say? Go on, speak. Go on, say hello. Say hello. Mine. 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 No, I don't want kids now. Do you want a ball? It's mine. No, it's mine. Mine.
Look,
Mine.
Terry, it's in
Mine.
any other vids.
Mine.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry?
I see you've trained your dog exactly the way I trained mine.
Yeah, that doesn't listen.
It's not my dog.
I
can give
just
it
said
back.
your dog does not bite.
Monsieur, this is not my dog.
Oh,
It is not my dog. Excuse me. Peter Sellers. Yeah,
Does
Peter
your,
Sellers.
Does your dog bait?
What?
No.
His French was absolutely appalling, wasn't it?
I hope you realize how hard it is for a guy from Tennessee to do that.
Yeah, very. I thought you said your dog does not bite. He's not my dog.
Yeah. Yeah, half the time he couldn't pronounce.
Like
Yeah,
oh.
they couldn't understand what he's saying, could they? Yeah.
Can they get a rim?
I don't know if I should take. I don't know if I should take real non sequiturs vote because he stole my avatar.
What?
Yep.
You can't.
Do you want the guys to go visit him
Yep.
and to get it back?
Yep.
You
Blue.
just borrowed it, Terry.
Blue, can you just go see Seconder and get this back?
You're in trouble now.
Yeah, you don't want to mess with God.
Cough it up, Secretary.
I thought you were going to say cough it up, Buttercup.
I could.
Yeah.
2 5s, 2 4s, 2 6s.
They're numbers, but don't tell Riley.
Yeah, don't tell Riley because he doesn't know what they mean.
Yeah, they don't matter.
No.
Someone else vote.
Okay. I reckon Chelsea will win.
Win what?
Non-sex said he's rolling on the floor laughing his ass off. He's not scared. He's not scared.
He's not scared of God? Oh.
I can take his spanner off him if you want to whack him.
Yeah, God's got access to an airplane.
Two. Oh, I thought it was
We
two.
have here
I thought 2 was going to win then.
is a failure to communicate.
Yeah, 2-1.
I know, John Rapp, we say suck it up, Buttercup.
Good old Cool Hand Luke. What a film.
Cool Hand Luke.
What we've got here is failure to communicate. Some men you just can't reach.
Yeah, the Pink
Of course,
Panther.
also famous is the intro to Guns N' Roses Civil War.
I'll give you. You'll never guess who this is.
Which 2-1, Terry?
He's
Terry.
throwing the gauntlet down, Blue.
Which two won, Terry?
This
The second two.
2-1.
You said 2-1.
Yeah, 2-1.
Yeah.
Which two?
This
2.
two.
What, that
How many
two?
twos do you think there are?
2.
There's only one. There's only 1 2.
No, it's got to be 2 twos, otherwise it'd be 1.
No, 2 twos is 4. What are you on about?
Oh, and adding them. I was just stacking them.
You really don't get this, do you?
No, he doesn't. He doesn't get
No, I'm a flat earther. How do you expect me to understand numbers? Something logical. Huh.
Well, I must admit that to a flat earther, the quanta is unimportant.
Well, if I give you 5 apples,
yeah,
and I've still got 5 apples. How many have you got?
Well, I still got 5.
Yeah.
No, I've got them.
No, I've got them. You just said I had 5, and you had 5.
Oh.
So we're both even.
But that's 10.
So I've got 10 apples.
Yeah, where did you get the other 5 apples from?
From 0. I got them from 0. Isn't that how it works? Isn't that how it works?
Isn't Zero the guy's name?
This is confusing.
Well, you started it.
Yeah.
Hey, Terry.
What?
Press play.
Yeah, press play.
Yeah, press play. Yeah, before I get a migraine from Mad's illogical logic.
No, it's Casual's fault. He made me do it.
Where is Casual?
Put your hand on that television set.
Yes.
Or phone screen, tablet, PC, whatever you're using. This is going to work. Concentrate hard.
Thank you, Jesus.
Creaky, you wouldn't like me to put...
I think we need a professional.
No.
Go nuts on my nuts.
Hello everybody, welcome to another episode of Playing a Blinder with me, the Creaky Blinder.
Thank you, Jesus.
So that's very kind of you, but Creaky will do just fine. Now, if you haven't guessed yet, what are you doing? Obviously today we're going to be taking a look at Kenneth Copeland, prosperity preacher, televangelist, scam artist, an all-around scumbag. Now, unless you've been living under a rock, you will know that we are all stuck in our houses hiding from the lager lurgy. Because I can't use the real term because this video will get demonetized. Now, I don't want to take too much credit for this, but I'm going to. Of course, I'm not going to take all the credit because all these clips were sent to me by one of my subscribers, Alan Rogers. So thank you, Alan. Let's see what we can get out of this, shall we? Tidy!
Put your hand on that television set. Yes. Hallelujah. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Lord Jesus.
What has he been doing?
He
with his
received
hands?
your healing. Yes.
Eyes are weird.
I don't want to say it, but
Sorry, Ken. I don't mean to interrupt.
What do
but
priests do to get a wet hand
I can't
like
help
that?
but notice you've overdone it a wee bit on the old hand sanitizer.
I have it. It's mine. It's mine.
Bit selfish if you ask me. There is a shortage.
I thank you and praise you for it. Yes. And I forgive if I have aught against any. And I praise you that I'm well and whole.
Whole? What's wrong with your whole? I bet you it's you that's got all the toilet paper as well, isn't it? You selfish piece of crap. And you call yourself a man of God?
Praise you that I'm well and whole. Yes. According to the word of God.
Like that whole green screened in behind him.
I'm healed.
Boris, it's me.
Who is he?
Panic over. I've just sussed it all out. Shitloads of hand sanitizer. Ram your hand out in front of you. Something whole. Something word of God. And you'll be healed. No, I swear. Kenneth Copeland said.
And I consider not my own body.
Yes, consider not my own body.
I consider not symptoms in my body.
I consider not symptoms in my
but only that which God has promised.
Only that which God has promised.
Only that what the Word has said.
Only that what the Word
And by His stripes I was healed, and by His stripes I am healed now. I'm not the sick trying to get healed. I'm the healed, and the devil's trying to give me the flu.
The flu? It can't be this easy, surely. I've got to give it a try. God? Hello? Are you there?
I think this is where you step in.
I'm fed up of being broke. I'm fed up of being a poor YouTuber who's never got any money in his pocket.
We're going to have to get a hold of Creaky and get
fed
the
up of
Blue
the
to
devil
speak
stealing
to
all my
Creaky.
£2 coins. By the
Creaky's
power
on
of
his own.
Grayskull?
By the power of Grayskull!
Fill my pockets with that sweet, sweet cash. Oh, what? Crap! Oh yeah, you can laugh, Mr. $760 million and 3 private jets.
Now, Gloria and my usual routine is we go to bed early.
Stop. We do not want to hear about old people bumping uglies.
By, 10:30, turn the light out.
10 till 10:30. Fair play, Ken. That's good going.
And suddenly, the word of the Lord came to me. So I jumped up, got my notepad, and wrote it down. 9:24. This disease called COVID-19.
CODV? COVID? You missed an I, Ken.
Will be over much sooner than you think. Christian people all over this country praying have overwhelmed it.
Just American.
Overwhelmed it, eh? Well, I for one feel much better now. Thanks, Kenny. Are people really buying this? I mean, the power of prayer. Soggy hands into the camera.
Give me all the glory, saith the Spirit of grace. And many, many people will come to know me through it. I'm still Lord over this nation. I'm on the throne, and faith in me changes things. Glory to God.
Kenneth, Kenny, Ken. How glorious is God going to be when you flock, ignore the advice that's being given by the governments and the medical professionals of the world, and just put their faith in you and God instead of seeking the proper medical intervention and die? Now, obviously, I'm just trying to have a little bit of fun around a very serious topic, but people like Kenneth Copeland, they just make me sick to my stomach because he's still encouraging people to come to his services as if there's nothing wrong. And he's quoted as saying, we'll hand out thermometers if we have to, and if we find one with a fever, we'll just have God to blow it away. And if you do get the virus, he says, big deal. Well, yeah, it is a big deal. There's almost 1.5 million cases reported worldwide.
Because we have... In the name of Jesus. Oh, thank you, Jesus.
Oh, he's not a Jedi? Oh, sorry.
Standing in the office of the prophet of God, I execute
Order 66.
judgment on you, COVID-19. I execute judgment on you, Satan, you destroyer, you killer, you
Man on the right.
you boink break,
Boink break.
go power, you get off this nation. I demand judgment on you. I demand,
Yeah, he only said nation, he didn't say planet.
vaccination to
Oh,
come
the
in
rest of it.
here.
He only worried about the Americans.
Seem to be struggling with your words there, Ken. Don gone? Is he like a mafia boss or something? What happened to blowing it away? Why do we even need a vaccination? What a dick.
I blow the wind of God. On you. You are destroyed forever.
Holy
And
Jim
you'll never
Sims.
be back.
Look, evil.
I'm starting to feel so much better and a lot less worried because Boink Break, Don gone, and sorry. Why are we all so concerned?
You come down from your place of authority, destroyer.
you come down and you crawl on your belly like God commanded you when he put his foot on your head in the Garden of Eden. You will destroy through COVID-19. No more!
No more. No more.
No more. Is finished.
Finished.
It is over. And the United States of America is healed and well again.
What a twat.
Did I mention that Kenneth Copeland is a Trump supporter? Yikes. Now I know what you're all thinking. Kenneth Copeland, he's a preacher, he's a man of God, he can't possibly be that bad, but he is worth $760 million, which is predominantly from donations or offerings as he calls them. But I'm going to go ahead and assume that obviously given the current climate, he's not expecting donations off anybody. Or is he?
The fear of, what are we going to do? I'm getting laid off at work. Hey, your job's not your source. If it is, you're in trouble.
Oh no, don't say that, because my job is my only source of income. What should I do, Ken?
Whatever you do right now, don't you stop tithing. Don't you stop sowing offerings.
But I need to feed my family. I need to pay my bills, and you've already got $760 million.
Well, they won't let us go to church. Well, email it in there, text the give or something, but you get your tithe in that church. If you have to go take it down there and drop it off and stick it under the door or something, you get that tithe in that church, you get that offering in that church, and then you go home and you do what we're supposed to do.
So in summary, I, Kenneth Copeland, couldn't give a rat's ass about anyone suffering hardship during this worldwide lockdown. As long as you keep giving me money, everything will be fine. Tidy! Wowzers, these prosperity preachers, especially people like Kenny Copeland, are the scum of the earth, and they do not deserve to share the same air that we breathe, because selfish doesn't even begin to cover what this guy is doing right now. But anyway, if it is your first time here, thank you, and thank you for getting to the end of the video. Don't forget to give the video a like, share it, hit the subscribe button, ring me bell, all that good stuff. I'm the Creaky Blinder, and I will see you in the next video. Take care, everyone. Bye-bye.
Jesus.
Oh my God, Blue, why haven't you gone around and sorted all them idiots?
Yeah.
Come on, he escaped. He escaped your arm of authority. I'm gonna rain on you.
Certainly puts me in the mood to go and buy some Amway products.
Amway rules okay.
I just don't understand how he such a great.
Yeah, but he's not the only one. He's not the only evangelist that'll be like that.
Oh, they're all like that. We've had this goes back forever.
Yeah, I know.
These TV charlatans have been around since I was a little kid.
Where's it? He used to do the spoof over here, Kenny Everett.
Yeah.
Remember Everett with the big hands and out in the field?
Yeah. Yeah. Get all the organ playing and all the gospel preaching, singing in the background.
That was brotherly love.
Brotherly love. That's it, yeah.
Oh
yeah. Massive hands, absolutely huge.
Yeah, the big foam hands.
Big foam hands. Nearly as big as he was. Yeah.
Yeah. When I was a kid, we had the TV evangelist, the famous Oral Roberts.
Oh yeah.
And his half-wit son, Anal.
Anal?
What?
Isn't there an Oral Roberts University somewhere in the US?
Absolutely. Yeah, Tulsa, Oklahoma. You betcha.
Yep.
That guy was worth all kinds of money.
Oh, so COVID's gone now. Blue, you can go out now.
Yeah.
So I can't. Isn't there a law about spreading disinformation?
Yeah, but the only problem is America's safe. What about the rest of the world?
Terry, you got a super chat in there.
Oh, John Raps, $5 super chat. My
wicked.
something to this
My
church
tithing.
of
His tithe.
He's tied
He's
to the
tied.
Church of Science Religion.
to this Church of Science religion.
I was going to
Well,
say
um,
to the Kevery Everett brotherly love, but it's BBC, so you'll get
There-
done if you play it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, thanks for the super chat. I need all the funds I can get so I can buy some more subs.
Yep. Terry will be taking that money off you right now.
Yeah.
Praise Lord. Praise Lord.
Hey, Alan, stop.
Praise the Unity
Stop.
Gang.
Hey,
Friends, welcome to the Ozzie Auditorium.
Is that Terry's dog?
The Church of the Catholic Flower.
Yeah.
Don't
And
you
all
dare!
those-
Don't you dare recite the doctrine,
No, I
Alan.
won't, but I will say that all those who have found their way to the Church of the Emitter Follower, they be heretics and they will be exterminated.
All hail the Unity Gang.
All hail the Unity Gang.
Amen. Or is it amen? Or amen? That's a bit sexist, isn't it? What can it be? A person.
We're like,
Can't
oh
be-
man.
Oh, the TITHE is a church term for sucker money. Okay.
Yeah. The church used to expect you to tithe 10% of your income.
Yeah. Well, they can get stuffed.
Yeah.
They can give me 10% of it.
Pre-tax income. Be sure you put that in there.
That
Oh,
link
yeah,
in the
sorry, I
side
forgot
chat
pre-tax income.
is
Yeah,
to
you
Kenny Everett if anybody wants to watch it. See what we're talking about.
Brotherly
Yeah.
love.
Well, see, your tithe is easy to figure out according to those guys. Just how much money do you make? Send it in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I make nothing, so how do I
Myself
send
and
nothing
Geo-
in?
Yeah. Myself and GeoStreamer got onto the mailing list of.
Oh, that guy, Russian guy.
Oh.
He's a. I'm not sure where he's from, but he was.
I think he lives in Britain.
Then-
Alan, no.
Yeah, he's that's it. He's a Dutch guy, but he was sending all his stuff out from the UK.
Thomas, some Pastor Thomas, something. Oh, I can't remember.
Oh, I'd have to go and find the flipping letters.
Well, we read.
Yeah.
Is that the same ones
It's
we were
good because
reading?
he sent us a lot of stuff in the mail.
Is that the ones we were reading out on Geo's channel one time?
Yeah,
That's it.
Yes, we read them out on Geo's channel.
Saying a little bit of sloth and stuff.
Yeah.
I wasn't getting up at 6 o'clock in the morning to read any more of them, though.
Because we're comparing the letters we were getting because he's got a set of about 8 or 9 that go out in various orders to different people. With please send your check with a return envelope to return stuff to him, and then eventually it's how to make your donation via the internet.
Found it, Peter Popov.
Yeah, that's
That was
it.
it, Peter Popov.
That's the guy.
Yeah. Actually, he did.
He did send
one of the
something.
things
He
he
sent
said was
something to Geo
was
once.
a pencil, a very flat pencil eraser that had a picture printed on it. It turned out that it was really good for cleaning all the crap off my old pocket calculator, and then cutting out a circle of it to make a replacement rubber bit for the adapter for my that goes in the bottom of the camera for the tripod. So I got something useful out of it.
Oh, well, that's all right then.
Keep an eye on the votes. I'm
And a
just making
big
a
metal,
copy.
and a big metal disc that I can flip if I ever need to make a decision. Imprinted on one side with a Star of David for some reason. But there you go.
Yeah, there we go. Oh, that'll be 4 then.
Looks like it.
Yeah, 3 4s.
Unless we get any more.
Terry's not here to push the play button, is he?
No, well,
He's
just have
buggered
to
off.
come back. He asked us to keep count.
No, I'm
kept
here.
count.
I just went in the kitchen to put the jug on.
Right, 3 4s.
That non-secular didn't vote again, did he?
3 4s, 3 2s.
What? Yeah, but did the 2s come in before the 4s, or the 4s come in before the 2s?
No, the 4s got
4
there
2
first.
4 2 4 2. 4 got it first, I guess.
Yeah.
But non-sex vote doesn't really count.
Not 2 went then.
One, 2, 3, 4. Oh, okay. Oh, this goes for 19 minutes.
Oh, there's lots of them.
John says recount.
I'm starting to think I have to go make some lunch. It's getting late here.
Yeah, that's got
Yeah, I just had a sandwich from it and done for pea then.
Oh, we'll be able to test Phil's microphone out.
Yeah.
It's
Okay, folks. Well, this lecture
Whoa.
is going to be.
He's never been this loud before.
One of a series.
I have to turn him down.
With force, mass, gravity, acceleration, and motion. So we'll be looking at each of these areas up here. Now, one of the ones that are most prominent and probably least understood that relate to force,
Stay there.
F equals mg, is mass. So we're going to start off really looking at mass, because I think it's really important that we understand what mass is in order for us to get an idea of what force is and what gravity is and what does gravity and mass do to create force. So let's have a look at what mass is. Okay, so now this is really a layperson's view of this. Okay, I could go into a lot of detail and then I would probably lose most of you. So I'm going to keep this
yes, Pip,
at a lay level so that you can pin what I say to real life stuff. Okay, and I'll try to do that as much as possible. Okay, so let's start off. Mass. So this is it up here. And what do we mean by mass? I think probably the easiest way to describe what we mean by mass is to have a look at atoms. Okay, so over here I have a helium atom. So this is a depiction of it. So basically, if you look at the Bohr model of atoms, you'll have a central nucleus containing protons and neutrons, and that would be surrounded by a cloud of electrons at various energy levels. And in this case, helium having two electrons in that cloud, 2 protons in its nucleus, and 2 neutrons in its nucleus. So basically, these two over here, 2 protons and 2 neutrons, create what's called an atomic mass, and this atomic mass is 4. So 4 grams per mole. Okay, I'll get to that, what that means later, into what mole it means later. The atomic number for this is 2, and the reason that the atomic number is 2 is because it has 2 protons. So an atom is, an element is defined by the number of protons it has. So for instance, carbon has 6 protons, and that's what makes it carbon. Nitrogen has 7, and that's what makes it nitrogen. Okay, fluorine has 9, and that's what makes it fluorine. So if it had anything else, it would be something different. Okay. All right. So it's protons that defines what the element is. All right. The main thing is that we know how many protons there are, and we know how many neutrons there are in a particular atom, like for instance helium. So again, atomic number is 2, atomic mass is 4, because we have 2 electrons, 2 protons, and 2 neutrons. Okay. All right. So let's have a look at number 3. So I've sort of coded these so that I can chase them around the board. Okay. Alright, so we're going from here, over here, and we go over here. Okay, so let's have a look at this. Neutrons and protons have the same mass. Okay, so neutrons and protons both have the same mass. So therefore, it's easy for us to quantify, if you think about it, it's easy for us to quantify what is the mass of a proton. Okay, we can work that out because we know that they have the same mass, and we can work out how many atoms there are in a given amount of space. Because if we can work out how many atoms there are in a given amount of space, we can work out how many protons there are in that given amount of space, and therefore we can work out how many neutrons there are in that given amount of space, and because of that we can work out how much mass there is. Because electrons weigh so little, we don't actually need to count them, right? The mass of electron is so negligible that that it's not worth us even worrying about it. So we'll just focus on neutrons and protons in order to describe mass. Okay, all right. So, and that is when we're working at this level. So once we start working at the quantum level, which will be another lecture after this, where I'll discuss these things in terms of quantum physics. Then when we're looking at that, then yes, the mass of an electron certainly is extremely important, and we'll have a look at that because the mass of electron is important in terms of charge. So when we look at electric fields and how photons and that behave, then something as heavy as an electron would make quite a big difference. And when I say as heavy, I mean heavy compared to other quantum particles. Okay. All right, so let's have a look at this further down. So a mass of one proton, 1.67 by 10 to the minus 27 kilograms. So we already know what the mass of a proton is. 1.67 by 10 to the minus 27 kilogram. And we also know that the mass of an electron, as I said, 9.1 by 10 to the minus 31. So there's a vast difference between minus 27 and minus 31. You can see that this is that a proton, one proton, is incredibly heavy compared to an electron. So we're not really worried about the mass of the electron. So we're really just counting protons. So when we talk about mass, we're talking about the protons and the neutrons. Okay, so let's have a look at some other interesting things. So now, a mole of helium, so a mole is really a quantity, just like a dozen, a score is 20, a dozen is 12, while a mole is 6.02 by 10 to the 23. Okay, 6.02 by 10 to the 23. That's 6.02, 23, 6 and 0.02 and 22, 21 zeros after that. Okay, so this is a very, very, very big number. Okay, so what else do we know? We know that a mole of helium, which is this many atoms of helium, so we talk about them in terms of atoms because helium does not bond with other helium to create molecules like oxygen. So oxygen would come two at a time, and so would hydrogen. In fact, all the noble gas, all the reactive gases. There's 5 reactive gases: hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen, chlorine, and fluorine. are the main reactive gases that we use, and then of course anything in any halogen would also come in pairs. So it's these reactive gases that come in pairs. Well, helium's not one of them. Helium's a noble gas, and helium would be would come one atom at a time. So we wouldn't talk about a molecule of helium. We talk about an atom of helium. Okay, so we can work out that at 25 degrees C. So this matters. Temperature matters. Pressure matters. So at 25 degrees C, which is 298 Kelvin, we end up with, and at sea level, by the way, well, that's important, so have a look over here. So at sea level, 101.3 kilopascals or 14.7 psi, what do we get? We end up with 24.47 litres. So if you think about 24 or 25 litres, you know, that's quite a big balloon. That's sort of that size. 20 litres would make quite a decent sized balloon. That 24 litres balloon, if you just measured the helium inside it, it would weigh 4 grams, just 4 grams. Okay. So pretty much, in fact, 4.00, so very accurately 4 grams would be 24.7 litres, provided that you measured this at sea level, so at 101.3 kilopascals, so and also it was at 25 degrees. That's how much helium you'd get, and it would weigh again 4 grams. Okay, if you brought the temperature down to 0 degrees C, so 273 degrees Kelvin, then you'd end up with only 22.7 litres. So you'd lose, you're bringing it down that extra 5 degrees would lose about 1.6, 1.8 litres of gas. It would change. Okay, so you can see what's happening is the colder you make it. In other words, the less heat there is, maintaining the temperature, the less heat there is, then that is going to give you less and less volume. And of course, this is expressed really well by the combined gas equation. So this is not the ideal gas equation, which is PV equals nRT. The ideal gas equation, which is PV over T. Okay, that's the combined gas equation, PV over T. Combined gas equation because it combined the work that was done by Guy Charles and Robert Boyle. So the Frenchman Guy Charles and then the Englishman Robert Boyle. Both very, very famous people. You know, giants, if you like, whose shoulders we stand on, you know, even today. So, now let's have a think about how big 6.02 by 10 to the 23 is. Well, I did a bit of work on that, and I thought, well, how can I explain to you how much that is? Because that is such a big number. Well, there's 1,300 million grains of ordinary beach sand in just 1 cubic meter. So think about 1 cubic meter. What's a cubic meter? What have I got here? There it is. That's a cubic ruler. It's even, I can't even get it across the screen. There it is. You can see most of it like this. Okay, this is a ruler. That's a meter. So it's a meter like this, a meter like that, and then a meter like that. So think about a block like this, a meter, and a meter down. That's a cubic meter. Well, if you counted all of the beach sand grain by grain in that cubic meter, you would end up with 1,300 million of those grains of sand. Okay, well, if you wanted to get this many grains of sand, 6.02 by 10 to the 23, if you needed to count 6.02 by 10 to the 23 grains of sand, you would need 500 trillion cubic meters. 500 trillion cubic meters you would need of those if you wanted if you wanted to count this many 6.02 by 10 to the 23 grains of sand. So this is incredibly small. We're talking about something that's very, very small. And it's this many, if you like, atoms that fits in this balloon 24.7 litres. And remember, and these atoms are spaced far apart so that they are a gas. Okay, so this balloon is going to rise. It's less dense than air, so it's going to rise, and yet still it has this many atoms. Now, if you bring that back to, let's say, the size of a pencil. So you think about a pencil, you know, a pencil like this, or I don't know, about 7 or 8 inches, a 200mm pencil, if you like, a brand new one, and made out of wood, so it's mostly carbon, so it's got some hydrogen in it, it's got some oxygen and other things. Let's, okay, quibble about this small amount of other things, but let's just say it was made out of carbon. So you got, let's say you got one of those artist's chalks, which are just graphite. So graphite, piece of graphite about 200mm long, weigh about 12 grams. So in fact weighs about the same as the atomic mass of carbon. Right, and it is carbon. That 200mm piece of graphite, which is roughly the thickness of a pencil, that has 6.02 by 10 to the 23 atoms in it. Okay, remember how many grains of sand that is? 500 trillion cubic meters. Okay, so just think about that. You will probably not come across a beach anywhere with that much sand on it. Okay, so 500 trillion cubic meters of sand would be just this amount, just this 1 mole. Okay, all right. So that will give you an idea about how small we are talking about when we talk about now. When you see that 6.02 by 10 to the 23, so look at that number 23 and then think about what it must be, how small it is if this thing is negative 31. So this is 9.1 with 31 zeros backwards. Okay, so 31. How small is that? I mean, that is so incredibly small, this 31, and that is the mass of just one electron. That's why we don't care about the mass. This is still pretty small though, minus 27, so it's still quite a small amount. Many zeros backwards, 10 to the minus 27. So it is still, a proton is very small. However, the point about that is this. Because the 22.7 litres of helium at sea level and 0 degrees weigh 4 grams. That's the important thing. The important thing is we now have reduced the amount of helium. The amount of helium, we've reduced that to grams. We've reduced that to mass. We now understand what mass actually is. So let's see if we can put that into a statement. Mass is the total sum of all the protons and neutrons in an object. How much does this weigh? This weighs as much as all the protons and neutrons in this object. That is what we mean by mass. Okay, hope that helps. If you like my videos, please press the like button or the dislike button if you didn't like it. And if you didn't like it, press it many times. You know, really smash that dislike button, no problems at all. And also, if you haven't subscribed and you want to see the rest of this, so that we've looked at mass, so we're going to be looking at gravity. So I want to introduce you to Newton's gravity and also Einstein, and show you how these things complement each other. And then we'll be looking at force, acceleration and motion in general, and we can see how it is that we can use these things to be able to make predictions. Like, for instance, if I was to throw this pen up in the air, I can predict exactly how fast it'll go up. I can predict how fast it will take to hit the ground. Okay, I can predict how high it will go up. Okay, there's a whole bunch of stuff. I can, if I'm shooting a missile in the Navy and I'm shooting a missile at a ship, okay, I've got I know where the target is. The radar tells me where the target is, tells me what the distance to the target is. I can work out exactly, if I know what the ballistics velocity is, then I know exactly when it's going to hit that target. Okay, and if I'm not sure of where the distance is, then I can calculate that distance. All right. Now all of these things are possible because of gravity and acceleration, of course. Because when we're talking about that sort of stuff, we're talking about two vectors. We're talking about a vector that's a horizontal vector, and we're talking about a vertical vector. Okay. All right. So. Once again, press those buttons, please, and then I'll do the rest of these. Okay. All right. See you next time.
Better unmute myself. It got right to the very end of it where I understood it without all the rest of it in beforehand.
Do you want any explanations?
Well, the mass of an object is to do with its protons and things inside that object.
Things inside.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, so,
that was the
yeah,
bit
so
at the end that I caught.
Yeah. So the purpose of this video is really to say, well, what are these building blocks, if you like, that make up an object, and so therefore, if you weigh something, it has some mass. You say, well, what causes that mass for this particular object? And it's all of these, every single proton that's in it. It's all added up. Add them all up, and you basically have the amount of weight that this has. Now, this obviously had Rumpus triggered a lot because I used the word weight, and that he got upset with that because weight in physics actually means force, and weight would include gravitational acceleration as well. So W being weight is equal to mass times gravitational acceleration. But of course, the colloquial word used for weight means how heavy it is, which is pretty much what we mean. So I'm not afraid to use a word like how heavy it is, and then explain to the people who I'm talking to that, hang on a second. So talking about how heavy it is and using the word weight is not the same as using weight when I'm talking about a force. We're talking about two different things. Okay, so I can't go and mass something on a scale. I have to go and weigh it on a scale. I mean, I don't care which way you look at it. Anybody who's going to talk English is going to say, I'm going to go and weigh something. I'm not going to go and mass it. I think it's fair enough to say I'm going to weigh something, all right? Even though we know, we're not stupid. We know that we're talking about, weight as in force, okay? And we're talking about going off to weigh something, which means work out, put it on the scales and then read it off what the mass is. That's what we mean.
Yeah,
of course,
well, we can't go and mass it, Professor, because we don't have any massometers.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly. yeah, exactly.
So we have to weigh it.
We have to weigh it. Of course, we have to weigh it. So you can get all cranky about
how long
the
you got to wait for?
Yeah.
Well, it depends if it's a long wait or a short wait.
Through history, we've kind of done it to ourselves in a sense that conflated those two and confused those two words. But it's just become natural now. Because we live in this 9.8 meter per second acceleration. It's second nature for us to look at weight and think that is mass. And as long as you stay in this gravitational field, it may as well be.
May as well be. Yep, exactly. I think So one of the things that I thought about when putting this, first of all, to keep it under 20 minutes and to cover just about every part of it that you can think of, all the way from an atom to what a mole is to gases, and I purposely introduced helium so that people like SC Montreal would think about that and say, oh well, okay, so that's what helium is actually. And actually, helium does have mass, and it has 2 protons and 2 neutrons. So yes, it does weigh stuff. You know, it has mass, and therefore there's no reason like that helium, like any other gas, won't be affected by gravity, which of course it is. So that was the intention of this video.
Dora asked, pop quiz, is 10 something something 27 a positive or negative number? And Blue said, laugh out loud, Dora. And I went, Dora, yes, it is either a positive or negative number. And Dora said, touche.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh,
well,
right.
You could say minus. Yeah, well, you
I was right.
10 to the minus 27.
It can be any direction on the number scale, whatever you need it to be.
Yeah, but I didn't understand the numbers, but the question was, is it a negative or a positive? And I go, yes, it is either a negative or a positive. It's one of them.
Hello.
Yes, correct. Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah. In this case,
I've got voices in my head again. Sorry, people.
It's
I think it would be a very positive number.
What's this about a password, Terry?
But if you'd really like it,
password.
Yeah,
I'm not the only one.
Not you too, Casual.
Look, Casual.
What's not my fault.
The first number sequence.
Hold on.
Hold on.
Different people talking at the same time here. What's going?
Yeah, I'm allowed to speak. Don't you tell me to shut up.
No, I wasn't telling you to shut up. I was telling everybody else to shut up.
Fight. We're gonna hear you.
Fight.
Casual, you need to listen to Sheeple.
Casual, you need to. Why are you going to listen to Sheeple for?
I listen to Sheeple. I don't mind listening to one person, but not all at the same time.
Casual, can you stop talking over Terry, Casual?
Yeah, mad. I'm trying to talk to Sheeple.
We're saving bandwidth by all talking at the same time. Come on.
All right. So the first sequence of numbers is the meeting number, and then everything after the equal sign is the password. So if you want to do it, like copy it to Notepad and then delete the middle bit, push enter, and then you'll get the number and the password underneath it.
I've got you. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah, that's the best way to do it. That way you can actually come in with your avatar.
Why is it starting doing this then? What's going on?
I don't know. Everyone else is fine. It's just you and Mad have got this problem.
It's the new sequence update. I haven't actually tried clicking because everyone who clicks except for Terry comes in without their avatar. So
yeah, excuse me.
Excuse me.
Everyone but Terry and Peter. Sorry.
And Peter.
Alan. And
All I
Alan.
do is click.
Alan.
And Blue.
See,
So,
it's only Mad and Casual then.
That's because I updated it. I've now got the old one on it and asked me for the password.
All right. Well,
it's the new update. It's got the password.
Next time I join, I'm going to try just clicking the link and see what happens.
Well, jump out then and click and see if you come in.
You might not get back.
What are you trying to say, Blue?
Oh, well, there are secrets to that, though. I mean, you can't just click. You got to log into Zoom US while standing on your right foot, holding your left arm.
Yeah, that's what it's like, isn't it? You got to
Yeah.
juggle at the same time as doing all that as well. Jesus Christ!
Oh, no one told me that. I was standing on my bloody left foot.
That's your problem. That's the problem.
Oh.
Was that your left foot or was that your other left foot?
No, I know my right from my left, Terry.
It depends on which direction you're facing.
Yeah, see? That's why I was confused.
Is that for the southern hemisphere? Or
Yeah,
does
that's
it-
right.
do we
Every
kinda-
time they
do we
say to
kneel
go
down
left,
or-
I'm going right because I'm upside down to them.
And I'm
Anyway,
further
how-
upside
how-
down to you.
Anyway,
That
how
old
is
sausage.
how is everybody anyway? Hello.
I like casual.
Look at you.
Oh, look at you coming with your avatar all intact.
Oh, you saved me, Sheeple. It was you that saved me.
Don't ask.
I've got you to thank.
It was S.A. Trump that helped you.
And Sheeple, is what is going on with that avatar? Is that you?
It's Trump.
Oh God, it is, isn't it? Yeah. Jesus Christ.
Casual totally ignored Pip's avatar.
I know. I've seen Pips. Yeah.
Didn't you know Trump used to be a porn star?
It looks like my avatar's looking at
Brown chicken, brown cow.
I just made a new one. I'm just going to change it. Make my new one.
Oh no, keep it of that, Pip. It's fine.
No,
It's
no,
fine.
you like this one.
No, it's fine. It's fine. No, it's fine.
You can just
Great one.
imagine
No, you
him
like
with
this
it.
one.
No,
With
I
a
like that one.
No, you don't.
It's the best avatar of all
I
time.
know where I saved it now. Shit.
All right.
No, I like that one, Pip. No, leave that one.
That's not what you said
Leave it
last
alone.
night, Casual.
What?
Not what you said
Terry.
last night.
I sent you a message on Discord.
Mad, I told you not to tell anybody. Our secret.
Oh shit, I forgot we're live. Sorry, mate. Sorry,
Oh.
yeah. And don't forget the cream
Okay.
next time, all right?
Okay, all right. Shh, just not so loud.
Yeah.
All right, then.
Terry, I sent you a message on Discord.
Do I want to share it?
I think you might want to. It's a bit funny.
So how's everybody out in the peanut gallery? All nice peanuts and all having fun, are we?
No, the Brazil now.
Oh, the
They
Brazil
had a
peanuts.
shave. Yeah, they had a shave.
Brazil nuts.
And don't talk to the real non sequitur. I'm not happy with him.
Oh
Yeah.
dear. Is he
Look at
been
this.
naughty boy?
Avatar, Pip.
Hold on, he says.
Oh, don't read that first word though. We'll be kicked off the air.
Yeah, block that word out.
That's
Lagerlurgy.
human. That's pronounced human malware for
You,
people who don't know how to pronounce
you
that.
gotta read it
That's
though.
what you already know about.
You gotta read it.
Lagerlurgy
Has
Or
turned.
lagerlurgy, yeah.
has turned us all into dogs. We roam around the house looking for food. We're told no if we get too close to strangers. And the thought of a car ride sends us wild with excitement. Sadly, the ability to lick our own genitals evades us. All right.
I've got some news, everybody.
News, good news.
More news.
I got a personal letter from Boris Johnson. Yeah, right.
Yep.
So did I. Funny you should
Oh,
say that.
damn.
Hey,
Not a personal letter then.
hey,
But
hey,
he hand delivered it to me, so man.
Oh yeah.
and what do
10
we
Downing
get
Street
in
on it as well.
Australia? What do we get
Nothing.
on from Australia? We get an
Nothing.
SMS. No, we
Yeah, we
get an
got-
SMS from the government.
No,
Yeah, we got the
just
same.
get
We all
money,
got the same
Peter.
as well.
Isn't he sick?
So this letter that's taken 2 weeks to come, look, all about the lockdown that we were told about 2 weeks ago.
Bloody
It's taken
hell.
2 weeks
That's
for the
all-
letter to get.
That's 2 weeks to come. That's a lot of hand movement, that is.
No, 2 weeks. Yeah.
Casual.
Oh, mad! Stop it! You're in public now, dude. Come on.
Sorry, Terry.
Save it for
Cash-
Discord.
Casual
Seriously.
made me do it again. That's his
No, I
fault.
didn't.
Do I have to separate you two?
It's not my fault.
It's not what you said when you were
Oh.
between the sandwich last night, Terry.
Oh, he's. I think he needs to be muted, Terry. He's getting very rude.
Yeah, I'll mute you two. Oh, did you say neutered or muted?
Neutered.
Oh, neutered.
Neutered.
Yeah, I'm
Neutered.
neutered. I'm neutered both of you.
Yeah, I
for
think, man.
November.
I think the way out B's at, he needs neutered. I think.
Yeah. I need mutant. Yeah.
Jesus Christ! What have I come into here? Oh God!
Well, you ain't coming me, I can tell you that.
You've come into the intermission break between videos, Casual.
Oh God! Oh.
Have you wet yourself yet?
I've come over all unnecessary.
Yeah,
So-
somebody press play.
Don't load it yet.
Just
Please, somebody press play.
I can't
before
play
you
if
do
I
it,
haven't
Terry.
got a video.
just before you
I don't care.
Terry.
Press play.
So Casual, you get a letter, and that's what we get.
Yeah, well, that's pretty much what we got. Yeah,
that's what we
No,
get.
ours is full two-sided A4 paper
and a pamphlet.
and a leaflet.
Yeah.
But
which wasn't done by Travis.
My government knows my phone number. Does they know yours?
Yeah, we got a text as well. We've got a text as well. Everybody did.
I didn't.
I did, didn't you?
No, I ain't giving him my phone number.
No, not going to take.
Well, they instruct the providers to send out the text messages.
Yeah, I know this pamphlet has not been done by Travis.
Phil, you nearly got timed out.
It's clear and in focus.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Yeah, I noticed that.
Yeah.
All right,
it's
there
definitely
you
not
go.
that
So, Jam Truth didn't have a go at it either. Then, all right then.
I'm going to start a business up. I can get another 20 billion.
What's Tess saying?
Oh, I see. That's
Can't
being shared
say,
out, is it?
Or it times me out when I type whatever that is.
Luggy.
You need to sort out your bot. I haven't got a bot
What
yet, Wally.
Bot.
What bot?
Tess thinks I've got a bot. I am the bot.
He is the law. We are Terry.
What? Even the bots are turning on you, Terry.
Not on me.
Well,
Tess
looks
said
like one's.
something.
It looks like one's turned up. I don't have a bot. It's like, who's in the chat causing havoc? It wasn't me.
Tess is complaining.
What's he complaining about?
He said the bot's out to get him.
What bot, Terry?
There is no bot.
Can't vote, or it times me out when I type LR.
You haven't got a bot. You haven't got a bot on the chat, have you?
When I type later. What?
Yeah, later. Why are you typing later? You're supposed to type a number.
Well, you meant to type now.
Yeah, now.
Oh, is he getting hit by the Terry rule?
Yeah.
So
Rule one
now,
got you again.
I didn't say now.
Yeah,
I hit
rule
by the
one.
bot. It's like, no, you didn't. You got hit by Terry. It's not bot, it's boss.
There is no bot. Only Terry.
There is no spoon.
There is no
spoon.
There is no bot. Only Terry.
There is no spoon. Only what the fork?
Now he's
What
got a
the
stutter.
fork?
He's now got a stutter, Ters. Later.
Oh,
Okay,
get him.
Strange.
What's
I
the,
didn't know you could have a
what's
stutter
eight-
when you
what's
type.
something 8R later mean? I don't understand that.
L8R is later.
It's short for L8R. Would say it fast.
Fast.
Because
It's fast.
It's
No.
fast.
Because typing
L8R.
5 characters.
Later.
You said say it fast.
No.
It's fast.
Later.
It
Yeah,
fast.
well,
See? I can say it faster than you. Fast.
Play.
Right.
Press play, somebody. Jesus Christ.
Hello, it's Scott
Jesus
Manley
Christ
here.
in here.
50 years ago, Apollo
Press
13 was in
play.
the final stages of
Oh,
preparing
we
for
can't
what would
see it,
be
Terry.
an ill-fated
Well, you said
trip
press
to the
play,
moon.
you didn't say share.
But by this point, the flaw in the oxygen
Share.
tank that would
Oh,
explode
all right,
had literally
unfreeze.
been baked into the system just over a week earlier. Today, I want to explain exactly
play.
what went on to turn oxygen
Shut
tank
up.
number 2 into the ticking time bomb that crippled the
Shush,
mission.
I want to listen to this.
The oxygen supply was critical to the mission. Not only do astronauts need it to breathe, but it fed the fuel cells, which were the primary power source for the command module. And the water that resulted from the chemical reaction in those fuel cells was itself an important resource to keep electronics cooled and to supply drinking water for the crew. This importance meant redundancy in the design. There were 3 fuel cells, 2 oxygen tanks, and 2 hydrogen tanks, all mounted in Sector 4 of the service module. The oxygen tanks were designed and built by Beech Aircraft Corporation, and they weren't just simple containers, they were self-contained units which included insulation, sensors and propellant management hardware. The oxygen tanks were 66 centimetre diameter Inconel spheres which would carry 148 kilograms of liquid oxygen. There were 2 concentric spheres with a layer of fiberglass between them, and the space would be evacuated to insulate the tanks. The tanks were strong because they had to operate at very high pressures. The high pressures would keep the oxygen in a supercritical state, which solved a lot of problems with managing fluids in 0G.
Yes,
a supercritical state is where there's no transition from liquid to gas. There's no surface it forms, no bubbles or droplets. Compare this to regular liquid oxygen seen floating around in 0G after this rocket reaches orbit. Supercritical fluids are good because it means that you get consistent fluid flow out of those tanks when you drain them, and it makes it easier to measure how much oxygen was in the tank. The downside is that supercritical fluids need very high pressures. In oxygen, it needs pressures of about 50 atmospheres to achieve this. As the oxygen was consumed, the pressure would drop, and so, to keep the pressure up, the tanks contained electrical heaters. And to be clear, the temperature inside the tank would still be cryogenic even with the heaters running. The heaters ran along the length of the tank in parallel to the capacitance sensors used to measure the tank fill. There were concerns that without gravity, there would be no convection in the tanks, and the warmed oxygen would slowly mix around the tank. This would mean that the fill sensor would only show lower values than in reality. So to ensure the warmed oxygen could be efficiently mixed, there were a pair of fans which could be turned on to stir the tanks and ensure a good, reliable reading of the fill sensor. All of the wiring had to run inside the tank, and it used Teflon insulation because Teflon is pretty inert and doesn't burn in air. Teflon is a marketing name. The technical name is polytetrafluoroethene. It's a polymer where all the hydrogen atoms have been replaced with fluorine. It's inert because the fluorine is a stronger oxidizing agent than oxygen, so it doesn't generally react with oxygen. Generally. Finally, at the top of the tank, there were all the plumbing connections to fill, drain, and vent the tank. Originally, the tank in question was installed in Service Module 106, which would ultimately fly on Apollo 10. But around this same time, changes were being implemented in the design, so the decision was made to remove the tank and replace it with an updated one. The tanks were paired up and installed on a triangular shelf for installation in the service module, so the entire shelf is what they would remove. And the removal didn't go according to plan. While they were trying to lift it out, a bolt was missed which secured the shelf to the service module. This in turn put too much stress on the support rig, leading to it breaking and the shelf dropping. Now lots of sources talk about this and how this tank was dropped 2 inches, damaging it and causing all the problems. But it's not so simple. I mean, it never is. The entire shelf didn't just drop. The support rig failed, it broke in the middles and forced the shelf upwards. Oxygen tank number 2 hit the shelf above and then it dropped back down. And while it couldn't be proven, the Apollo 13 investigation panel believed that the impact may have damaged the fill connection inside the tank. But again, that in itself didn't make the tank dangerous. So the shelf was removed, upgrades were made, tests were performed, and the shelf was then installed in Service Module 109, which would then be shipped to Kennedy Space Center in June of 1969. And in March 1970, it was going through the final preparations for launch. During the countdown demonstration testing, the tanks were filled to 100% with liquid oxygen, and then later the testing required emptying them down to 50%. This was done by blowing pressurized oxygen into the tank and then opening the fill line, which would drain from the bottom of the tank out the top. So the gaseous oxygen at the top of the tank pushed the liquid down and it flowed up the fill line. Tank 1 drained correctly, but tank 2 only drained down to 92%. They repeated the process a few times, but no more liquid would drain out of the tank. This was probably because the connector at the top of the tank had been knocked loose, and the gas at the top of the tank was flowing out the pipe instead. The ground engineers chose a different method then to drain the tank. They would use the heater to boil off the liquid oxygen and vent it as a gas. The heaters for the ground test were much more powerful than they would be in flight because they were fed 65 volts electricity rather than the 28 volts that would be used in flight. The requirement to handle the higher voltage levels had been a change from the original specification, but the engineers at Beach had verified that all the hardware in the tank could handle these higher voltages. At least, they thought they had. The heater included thermostats, which would cut the power to the heaters if it went above 80 degrees Fahrenheit, or about 27 Celsius. The switches were originally spec'd for 28 volts, and they had been tested to show that they could carry 65 volts just fine, but somehow the switching action had never been verified at 65 volts, and it turned out that the higher voltages welded the switches closed. So at one point during the ground testing, the tank had been left with the heater energised for 8 hours, and without the thermostats working, the temperature reached probably over 500 Celsius, well above the point where we start to worry about Teflon breaking down. The wire insulation was very likely damaged during this testing, but there wasn't any outward evidence of this. The problems with emptying the tanks were discussed amongst the engineers. It was estimated that it would take 2 days to replace the oxygen shelf, then more to redo the testing, and this whole procedure also came with the risk of damaging something else. The problems with emptying the tank on the ground wouldn't have an impact on the flight performance in 0G, so the decision was taken to proceed with the tank. And so Apollo 13 proceeded with its launch, and 56 hours into the mission, just before scheduled sleep time, Mission Control requested the oxygen tanks be stirred to help assess another unrelated problem. It wasn't the first time they'd run the fans, but this time something shorted out. The damaged insulation allowed a spark to jump across and generate enough energy to start a fire in the damaged Teflon insulation. Now, if you've seen the movie Apollo 13, you might think that flicking that switch was like triggering the detonator in a bong.
13, we've got one more item for you when you get a chance. We'd like it to stir up your cryo tanks. In addition, I have Shaft and Trunnion for a look at the Comet Bennett if you need it.
Okay, stand by. Okay, Houston, we've had a problem here.
But in reality, it was more than a minute between Jack Swigert flicking that switch and the explosion. As I said, Teflon doesn't burn in air, but at 50 plus atmospheres of pure oxygen, it can sustain combustion. Under those conditions, it can burn into carbonyl fluoride or carbon dioxide and carbon tetrafluoride. Now, none of these are hugely energetic reactions, and when NASA performed tests afterwards, they estimated that it would burn along the insulation at a rate of a few millimeters per second. So inside the tank, the insulation on those wires would burn like slow burning fuses. The combustion products and the thermal energy released by this raised the pressure in the tank slowly over the next minute or so. There was a pressure relief valve that probably triggered, but it was not able to relieve the pressure as quickly as the combustion was raising it. The Teflon wasn't the only material in the tank either that could burn under these conditions. There were aluminium components which would burn with a lot more energy if they were ignited, but the slow pressure rise in the tank suggested that only the Teflon insulation was burning at first. So over the next minute, the fire burned up the wires to where they crossed into the tank, and they likely burned through at this interface, quickly filling the void between the layers and until the pressure blew out a rupture disk at about 5 atmospheres of pressure, letting the pressurized oxygen blow into Sector 4 of the service module. From there, there's actually evidence that the oxygen that vented raised the pressure and temperature enough to allow the mylar and Kapton insulation in the service module to burn for a short time until the pressure was high enough to blow out the side panel into space. That panel likely knocked the antenna out of alignment, which was the first things that the teams in Mission Control would notice. This was also the bang that was heard and felt by the crew, marking their notice that there was a problem. And from there, the real fight for survival on Apollo 13 began. A fight which we are thankful was won through the combined efforts of the crew and mission control. Afterwards, when the events were analysed, there were redesigns made for the tanks to prevent these problems. The Teflon insulation around the wiring was replaced with magnesium oxide, with a stainless steel sheath added to stop the wires moving. The fans were deleted completely because by the time Apollo 13 had flown, they'd collected enough data on the flight behaviour of the tanks to know that the effects of the stratification in the tanks were small enough that they could ignore it. They also added a new emergency battery and on the other side of the spacecraft a third oxygen tank and extra water to be used in an emergency. And so the Apollo program continued and lived happily ever after, until it was cancelled. But that's another story. I'm Scott Manley. Fly safe.
I'm Scott Manley. Fly safe. Good old Scotty. It's all gone quiet over there.
There you go.
There you go.
That was a lot to take in.
It was, wasn't
it? Houston, we have a problem.
Terry's lost his mouse again.
It's lost his what?
Mouse. Mises.
Oh, okay.
Elevator in Scotland. Are you talking about the
11.
canal?
No.
The
lift.
Oh. The lift.
I don't know why you
What,
typed
the
elevator. Not a lift.
Where's the lift? It's lifting you up in the air. What sort of elevator? Where? What?
A lift in a building.
Oh, just in the building.
It was when we were talking about AI.
Ah.
And these guys tried to get the lift to work, but they're Scottish.
This problem that happened with the spacecraft was the impetus for many problem-solving things that's done in engineering at universities. So basically, what's happening is a problem is created, and then you're given a list of things, possible parts that you can put together to solve this problem, and so basically, it teaches young engineers how to think so they can solve problems. It's quite a common way to teach now. Thanks to Apollo 13.
How to put a square filter in a round hole, or was it the other way around?
I was just about to say, Alan. I was going to bring up what John said out in the chat. You know, like, I'm sorry, but how ridiculous is it that they've got these two air scrubbers in two different sections of the spacecraft, but they don't standardize them? You know, granted they were made by different contractors, great. But doesn't it just make sense to use the same filter?
Well, but like I was saying last night, Peter, is I hear what you're saying and you're right. But the thing is, I mean, like, this was unforeseen. Nobody actually knew that this was going to happen to begin with, and nobody foresaw it to actually happen. You know, the only reason why the carbon monoxide started build up in the limb was because they had to use the limb as their kind of like lifeboat, and it was only designed for two people to begin with. You know what I mean? So the design never saw that happening. You know what I mean? I mean, nobody saw that coming.
No.
Yeah, but I think you're missing what I'm trying to. I think you're missing what I'm trying to say.
I know exactly what you mean. You'd think it'd both be standardised, but like I said, it's nobody would thought that anything like that would actually ever happen. You know, so.
And remember, they're trying to pack as much stuff as they possibly can into.
Yeah.
Things of fixed size, fixed volumes, and fixed shapes.
Yeah.
Shapes as well, yeah, exactly.
You're definitely missing what I'm trying to say here.
No.
Yes, you are. Then how come you're saying the wrong things then? How come you're saying all the wrong things?
I never say the wrong things.
Finish your sentence.
You're not. What costs more, to have two different filters made of totally different shapes using exactly the same products, or two filters made exactly the same? Why all of a sudden they only have to use one machine to make both?
But don't forget,
but
they
Peter,
weren't
if they can
technically
only
two different.
get
Go ahead,
Two
Alan.
of them
because
are
if they
right.
can't get the other filter in, if the filter in one place won't fit because it needs to be a different shape to fit what's there,
Yeah.
then I can see it would have to be different. And remember, this was a almost money is no object exercise.
But still, I'm hearing what you're saying, Alan, right? But the only reason that the two filters weren't interchangeable is because the two contractors didn't speak to each other, didn't say, look, we're using this filter. What about you use the same?
It's not only that. Don't forget as well, Peter. They were two separate aircraft. They were never meant to return to the moon in together like that. That was never meant to happen. They were two separate spacecraft. There were two different spacecraft. One was meant to land on the moon, and one was meant to travel there and back to the Earth. So that's another thing you say.
Okay, well, I'll put it to you this way. There's a reason why the military standardized using 5.56 and 7.62 as a military round. What about if I say it that way, Alan?
Well, that's
because then everything's
a fair analogy.
Well, both Alan and Casual. It just makes more sense. It makes logical sense even before the accident that everything this is exactly the same as that. Why don't we make them interchangeable?
Yeah, what I'm saying is I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm just saying that this was unforeseen as two separate spacecraft built by two separate organizations. And exactly what Alan was saying is that all the equipment and all the stuff they're actually using in each spacecraft needs to fit in a particular space. And it just so happens that the one shape fitted better in one spacecraft and another shape fitted better in another spacecraft. And nobody ever thought that they would have to actually use the limb as a lifeboat to get back to Earth. That was never meant to come back to Earth or anywhere near Earth. It was supposed to be just, like the other missions, just ejected and probably hit the moon again or go off into space. That was never meant to be used for that. So it was never foreseen. So it was an accident that started really from when it was being installed, and there was a series of different events happening to come together to cause pretty much a freak accident that nobody actually foresaw.
Terse, it had nothing to do with copyrights. It was, like Casual said before, it was that one of the crafts were made by one lot of people.
Go push
and the other craft was made by another group of people. They weren't.
It's not that they weren't communicating. It's not so much that. It's just that it was just two separate. There were two separate filters or two separate scrubbers that were working for two separate aircraft, spacecraft.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's not,
So just let me shoot down a couple of things there. One, it had nothing to do with the shape because they changed them afterwards so that they were interchangeable.
Yeah.
Right. So therefore, it had nothing to do with.
But the event had already happened, so they learnt from that.
Yeah. Oh.
Just see what I mean?
Yeah, no, I see what you're
saying.
meaning, but you're just as far as I see it right now, you're just making an excuse.
No,
I'm saying,
no, I'm not.
Well, no, but you're not listening to
You
what
keep
I'm
this
saying.
up, I'll mute both of you.
Because
I am listening to what you're saying. No, it's all right. This is just a friendly debate. It's fine. It's okay. I'm listening to what you're saying. I'm listening exactly. I haven't disagreed with you. I just disagreed that it was just a cock up or miscommunication. I just don't agree with that part of it. But every other part of it, I agree with what you're saying.
It simply wasn't a combination of failures that they took into consideration in the design phase. I mean, it's absolutely impossible to plan for every potential outcome.
Exactly, that's what
with a system that is that complex. I mean, you would have literally trillions of untold numbers of possibilities, 2 to the really big number of possibilities. And it's not. That just didn't happen. It happened not to be one of the ones they thought was important to consider. Was it a mistake? Yeah, in hindsight, it is. Hell yeah.
Yeah, well, hindsight is always 50-50, 20/20 vision, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
90% of the time, I'm half right.
Yeah. And 90% of the time, you're right after the first time you made a mistake.
Yeah. Pretty much. Yeah. But no, I was listening to what you're saying, Peter, and I do agree with what you were saying. But I think Blue has just hit the nail on the head there.
Yeah.
To be honest,
but that was one of the big problems with the whole overview of the design is that I believe that essentially they were told, yeah, that has to fit to this shape here. Here's your template that this needs to fit to. This is how high you can build. This is how, you know what I mean? They weren't necessarily, what's the word?
3.
Yeah, 3. Sorry.
3.
They weren't
The number of
necessarily.
counting shall be
3.
There wasn't the intercommunication, for example, like I was trying to allude to before, is it is cheaper to buy 100 filters the same size and shape in comparison to buying 50 of one and 50 of the other.
I'm sure. I'm really sure cost didn't come into it.
I'm aware of that, Blue. It's just
Yeah, if you were going to go in production with this thing and build, 10,000, I'm sure you started worrying about stuff like that. But everything was going to cost a lot of money, no matter what. Nobody cared how much money it cost. Just get it done.
Oh, they had the open checkbook, didn't they?
Yeah, pretty much. Unfortunately, didn't work out.
Oops, my finger slipped. Sorry, non-sec.
But they got back though, didn't they?
Yep.
Well, that's it.
Yep. So, learn by the mistakes and carry on to the next one.
Yeah, I just made a mistake. My finger slipped.
I don't remember which one. Maybe it was Armstrong that said it. How would you feel knowing that you were about to fly to the moon on a rocket built by the lowest bidder?
Lowest bidder. Yep.
Yeah.
And let's be honest, the all military contracts at that particular time and ongoing until now is the same. It's always done by the cheapest bidder.
Yeah, absolutely.
yes, your gun, and we're wearing the ammunition.
Grumman built the limb, and I'm not sure who built the command module. Was that North American?
I think it was. I know Canada had done pieces, built pieces for the limb as well. I think they did the. I believe they did the landing legs, and possibly the ladder as well.
I got 30 people watching and only got 2 votes. How does that work?
North American Aviation and Rockwell.
Rockwell?
Yeah. North American Aviation and North American Rockwell built the command and service modules.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Grumman was responsible for the limb.
Yeah.
And Grumman had a whole host of problems. Grumman wouldn't stop changing the design. NASA really had to step in and make them freeze the damn thing at some point. They just kept screwing with it.
Yeah. At some point, you've got to say, look, that's it.
Yeah.
Stop.
Yeah.
Build it.
Well,
stop.
We call it a design freeze. And at that point,
Yeah.
you deal with what you've got.
It's a round cylinder shape. Stop doing it. Stop changing. You can't make it square, mate. Stop it.
Yeah. I've had that on construction projects as well.
I bet you have. Yeah.
I had one. I think where was it now? It was the The Centre Parks and Thetford Forest that burnt down. Everybody was based on site because obviously they had the room, they had all the shallows there. And we had put in a whole section of 4-inch copper pipe into this building. And then the consultant, who was also based on site, just before Christmas, issued a new set of drawings, and he changed sizes left, right, and centre. I said, "You can't do that. It's installed." He said, "What do you mean it's installed?" I said, "Go out there and have a bloody look. The pipe works there, hanging from the slab." Well, it wasn't when I looked the other day. I said, "Well, I don't know where you were looking because it's been up a fortnight." you can't keep redesigning stuff because that project set records. Because we from starting on site, from clearing most of the site from the burnt wreckage, to paying public in, we built the whole place in 9 months. We set records, and we hadn't got time to arse about. We certainly hadn't got time for consultants to treat it like any other project. You know, here are drawings, install it. We installed it. Here, we've redesigned it.
Thank you.
Tough.
Are you there, Sheepy? Stewie wants to know you got that photo from after prison show.
I've been through that many times, farmers.
Yeah, it's so frustrating. I actually had to say, right, get your hat and your boots on. I'll take you to that particular part of the building and I'll show you. And I walked him in and I said, right, look up, what's that? Well, that's a 4-inch copper pipe. I said, yes, it's been up there a fortnight. Oh. I said, where were you looking then? Oh, well, I don't know. Oh,
when I was a leading hand, farmers, it actually got to a point that me foreman turned around and said, if you see that bloody architect come anywhere near this building again, you're not to let him on site.
Oh.
Just do not let him on site. Find a reason. I don't care if it's his shoes that his tie's the wrong colour. Just find a reason. Do not let him on site. Give me a call and get me to come and deal with him.
Yeah.
Because he was doing exactly the same thing. He'd walk into a wall that's just put up and said, "Wouldn't it look better if that wall was 4 inches to the right?" Yes, I'm going to change that now. Yeah. And it's just been finished stopping up and all of that type of stuff. It's just,
you need blokes.
If I smashed it into that wall.
Yeah.
How would you look if you were pushed at the bottom of that elevator shaft?
Yeah, architects. Why have you got so much steelwork to hold this water tank up? Well, because when it's full up, it'll weigh 11 tons. Why does it weigh 11 tons? Because it's a 10,000 litre water tank. 10,000 litres of water weighs 10 metric tons. Why is water so heavy?
Yeah, what's
I think we've had that lesson earlier, didn't we?
Yeah, can't we get some lighter water?
I know there's heavy water. Is there light water that we can use instead?
Can you turn
it? You can yourself without any water in it weighed a ton, before you fill it up.
Need to get some skinny water.
Why so much? I don't know. Why is the sky blue? And why are you such a?
You turn it
Put
to
that
steam.
water on a tire.
You turn it to steam.
Some low-fat water.
Yeah, can we get some vegan water?
Low-fat water.
No, vegan
Conversations
water.
I've had with supposedly intelligent and clever people.
No, I don't like vegan water.
Well, vegan water's got nothing in it, so it'd weigh less.
I don't like vegan water.
It always amazed me how some really, really smart people can look right past the obvious solution.
Yep.
And everyone wants to do something very elegant, I can remember we were needed a monorail system on the roof of this device to remove some fairly heavy transformer equipment.
Yeah.
And the thing ran in really all it needed to do was run in a big horseshoe. But I looked at what the designers are doing, and goddamn, they had kinks in that monorail here and there, and what are you guys doing? Well, if we don't do that, it'll bump into this and it'll bump into that. So they're making this thing miss every little obstruction. And I said, but you guys realize this thing's hanging from a chain fall. How hard would you have to push on it to make it move over 2 inches?
Yeah.
Oh, we didn't think about that. They were treating it like nobody can even touch this thing while we're moving it around on the monorail. Bullshit. Push it out of the way. Come on, guys.
But we had a similar thing, Blue. We had one of those. We were building a nursing home that was 2-story, and they had to get all the laundry from upstairs downstairs. So we put in a nice duct, and we had to put it in a fireproof box. And with that, we had to have the chute at the bottom half hooked up to an electromagnet that was hooked up to the fire alarm, so that if there was a fire, the chute lid would close. But the problem is number one, the chute cover was very heavy. It was 1/4-inch thick steel for the fire rating, and when the laundry lady came in, she could not lift it up into the lock position. She just didn't have the strength to lift it. So we had to literally put a steel beam up in the roof, put in a pulley system just so that you could lift it up.
Yeah.
And when the fire engineer came in to check that it was kosher, he goes, "Oh, that's an ingenious idea. Well, why were? But I don't see it on the plans." Yeah, well, it's because you guys missed it. Oh, yeah, that happens all the time.
Yeah, a 1/4-inch plate weighs about 10 pounds a square foot.
Yeah.
It
But we
get
needed
heavy
it for
quickly.
We needed it for the fire rating, though.
Yeah.
The fire rating was that 762 or 308?
5.56.
Oh, that's all right.
Decal plate.
Plate.
Yeah, 7.62 and 308 are the same.
Okay.
Conversions from metric to imperial.
Yeah. So I've had a 762 bullet that fit in a 308. Yeah.
Kind of.
Kind of.
Do you use a hammer to fit them?
Once, yeah.
But part of the problem is it depends on what you're measuring, because these devices have two diameters. They have the diameter of the bore, and they have the diameter of the grooves. And in the case of 762 by 51 NATO or 0.308 inch Winchester, the bore is 0.300 inches. And the groove is 0.308 inches.
Who brought up guns?
Play.
Amazing discoveries. The personal computer,
again.
nuclear power, and also DNA. Deoxyribonucleic acid, to give it its formal name, makes you and me. But have you ever wondered how much you there is? How much DNA there is in the human body? Well, let's start counting. Hello everyone, and a warm welcome to the SciManDan show, the place where we ask science for a cookie and then complain that it's not gluten-free. My name is SciManDan, thank you very much for joining me. In order to find out how much DNA is in our bodies, first we need to go over exactly what DNA is. Put simply, DNA is a self-replicating material present in all living organisms that carries and copies genetic information. It is composed of 4 building blocks in 2 strands twisted in a double helix shape. The order in which these 4 building blocks are stacked, if you will, are the instructions for building and maintaining any organism. The human body, on average, contains 32 trillion cells. That's 5 million times more the amount of insect species here on Earth. Deep inside the cell, there is a nucleus that controls the cell's activities. And within that nucleus sits 23 pairs of chromosomes, 46 in total. Now, each chromosome is made of genes, and these genes are made up of strands of DNA. To give you an idea just how many genes are contained within a chromosome, here is chromosome 1, and it is thought to contain around 2,000 genes alone. The whole set of chromosomes in each cell has all the information required to make a human and is known as our genome. There is so much data that it's the equivalent of 725 megabytes of information, all contained within something that's 350 times smaller than a pinhead. So just how much DNA is in our bodies then? Well, probably a lot more than you think. So the reason there is so much DNA crammed inside a chromosome is because of its structure. Because of its unique double helix shape, DNA can coil up very tightly, and in doing so can get an incredibly large amount of itself into an extremely small space. Think of it as an extremely tightly coiled telephone cable. Each cell in the human body, that's one cell, contains 2 meters of DNA. Now let's expand on that, shall we? So, each one of our cells contains a full 2 meters of DNA. But let's remember, earlier on I stated that there are on average 32 trillion cells in our body. So, 32 trillion cells multiplied by 2 meters gives us the total length of DNA in the human body as 64 trillion meters. Now that is 64 billion kilometers. Now that sounds like a lot, but how much is it really? Well, the Earth has a circumference of 40,075 kilometers. Far too small. Let's try the distance to the Moon. That is 384,000 kilometers. Again, way too small. We could cover that distance with only a couple of chromosomes worth of DNA. What about the distance to the Sun? Well, that's 150 million kilometers. Still nowhere near. In fact, we could do that with the DNA in the cells of our brains alone and still have some to spare. Okay, what about the distance to Pluto? Surely that's far enough. Only 5.2 billion kilometers. 59 billion kilometers short. We're not doing very well here, are we? Right, let's go really big. The distance to the next nearest star, Proxima Centauri, is 40.14 trillion kilometers. We did it. We finally found something larger than the amount of DNA in our body. Unbelievable that we had to go to our nearest star, other than the Sun, to do it. Granted, the length of DNA would only have reached about 0.16% of the total distance to that star, but still, it's a huge, huge distance. So there we go. The human body has an incredible 64 billion kilometers of DNA, all contained within one body. What a simply amazing fact, and one in which I hope you repeat at a dinner party near you soon. What a fantastic episode that was. What I love about this series is I am learning too, and it really is quite enjoyable. Hey, perhaps we could find out how far all of the DNA in the human race goes. If you want to send some answers in for that, I'd love to see them. Just comment below. Right, that brings us to the end of episode 2 of the SciManDan show. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. Thank you all very much for watching. Next week I will return as we look at the life of a photon. Have a tremendous week and I'll see you then. Bye bye.
Ooh, you learn something new every day, don't you?
Crash is just trying to get your attention, Terry.
Terry, are you alive?
No, he's muted.
No, I was muted.
He's buggered off.
He's shouting at himself again.
Yeah, I was. Yeah, okay. That always happens. I was just saying to Crash, has he got his avatar sorted out? Because he's been on a few times.
Ding.
Has he got an avatar? No, he hasn't got an avatar.
Crashes.
Yes, we've still got to have an avatar.
Yeah, he's still got to have an avatar.
I wonder what he's going to talk about.
Where would we be without rules? Oh, there we go.
There he is.
That's not an avatar. Halloween's over.
Who wants curly fries?
No curly fries. No.
Just a nice bacon roll made from good rare breed British back bacon.
Yeah, don't say Canadian bacon.
No curly fries though.
What's wrong? You guys act like you heard something in the debate last night that makes you change your paradigm on the way you think about curly fries.
Curly fries, yes. Bacon, no.
Alan, why do you only want half a rasher of bacon?
What?
Why does Alan only want half a rasher of bacon?
No, he doesn't.
You say half a rasher of bacon?
Yeah.
Half a rasher of bacon? There's no such thing.
I said I wanted
Yum.
a nice bacon roll made from rashers of British back bacon from a British rare breed pig.
Like Gloucester Old Spot. Oh.
Yeah, so one of them good old fashioned ones.
So for those of you that didn't watch the debate, which I can tell, when you watch it, you will never ever look at a curly French fry the same way ever again in your life.
Yes,
I haven't seen them in the first place.
But I have seen that bit. I know exactly what you're on about, and I have no interest in curly fries whatsoever. And yet, sorry, Crash. Having stayed up for the debate the night before, I wasn't going to then carry on and stay up to watch that one as well because I was quite frankly knackered.
No, a bit late for me as well. I will watch it. Shall watch it today though.
Yeah, casual. I stayed up for Sean G's debate against Travis, and that was 3
the night
a.m.
before.
our time. Yes.
Yeah, no. I was fast asleep by that time.
Casual, I will say you will enjoy it. Make sure your monitor and head are away from anything you can hit while you're laughing.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. Okay.
Best debate I've ever seen. Absolutely.
Yeah, Baller was there last night.
Yeah, best debate I've ever seen.
I think I'm going to be off now, chaps, because it's nice here again, and I'm going for a.
Okay, Alan.
I'm going for my daily exercise.
Fresh air.
That's fair.
In my electric wheelchair.
Well, yeah.
It's still exercise.
Yeah.
Batteries are getting exercise.
Exactly. You're exercising your lungs.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're right. It is a nice day, actually.
Yeah. And I've been here far too long, and I definitely need to be going outside.
Remember
I'm
social
used to going
distancing.
outside I've got used to going outside the last few days. Yes, plenty of social distancing.
2 meters.
It's not difficult when you go down when you can go down one side of the road and the other person can down the other side of the road.
Yeah.
Apart from when the road is only like
And if they get
2
too
meters
close,
wide.
if they get too close, you can just have like a mad person say, "Get away from me!"
Alan should have like the entire highway system to himself on his wheelchair right now.
Yeah.
What do you mean act, Crash? Casual?
What?
Yeah.
What do you mean act?
Huh?
Sorry, no, I was saying
Act
casual.
like a madman, yeah. He's been rude about you, Alan.
Terry, it looks like you'll need to be around tomorrow evening to see the bit of video I had in store for you. But
Okay.
Near in mind.
Yeah. I'll be around tomorrow night.
Yeah, I shall be looking for you about 8 o'clock in our morning. So
Yeah. Usual time. That'll be about the usual time here.
Yeah, well, it's earlier for you, isn't it? Because your
daylight savings thing.
the times all went funny again.
Yep.
Right, later, guys.
Later.
Yeah. See you later, Alan.
Hi, Alan.
Be
Bye,
safe.
Alan.
So, farmers, how far did you make it into the debate without laughing?
I actually, as soon as MC2 appeared on the screen, I started laughing. Because there in the background is a pizza with pineapple on it, and it's like, yeah, that set the standard.
I've never seen Toon get drunk like that on a stream ever.
Oh, does he actually end up?
Was he?
I've only watched about 15-20 minutes of it this morning.
He finished off a full coffee cup full of vodka.
And vodka and Kahlua mixed together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You'd never see me drunk on a stream, ever.
No, I've never seen you drunk on a stream ever, Casual.
Vodka, Kahlua, and Coke is a Black Russian.
Even off air, away from the stream, I've never seen you drunk either.
I replaced the Kahlua with Tia Maria because it's easy to get over here, and I drink that stuff by the pint.
Well, Toon doesn't really drink.
No, if you don't drink, it's lethal. If you do drink, and believe me, I used to because I nearly killed my liver off, you can drink it all night long.
Let's see.
Don't get hangovers.
Highlights without giving anything away. Factard brought a very Lemon Bird-esque script with him.
Yeah.
He had visual aids, and it turned into a piggy porn debate.
Yes, it did.
Spoiler alert! Please, excuse me. I haven't watched it yet. No more, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'll like to watch that in a little while.
Yeah,
Don't give it away.
Just buy some curly fries before and start eating.
Yeah. You want to make sure you have a
funny you should say that. I've actually got curly fries in the freezer right now, so yeah, I'll cook some of them before. Watch.
You won't have to. After this debate, you will never eat them again.
I'd suggest that you hide any pink gumboots that you've got in your place too.
You got to be eating them while you watch the stream, Casual. The first part of the stream.
Yeah. All right.
So go fry some.
Okay.
Get yourself a big bowl of them.
Okay.
Yeah. And you'll be good.
Good.
Let's see. What can I go over without giving anything away? So after the debate, was talking with Toon off air. That was the most super chats he has ever gotten during a live stream.
Oh, cool.
Missed you. Oh, he missed you. I know. He
So
just keeps coming out of you.
Why don't you post the link to the debate in the peanut gallery?
Because obviously you're not watching the side chat because I already have Casual.
Oh, Terry, I mean, Peter, I'm sorry. I am.
Do you want it in the internal chat for you as well?
What
do
was
you?
his name?
No, it's okay.
Because it won't work.
It's all good. Peter, don't you love me anymore?
You're getting married. Why should I love you anymore? You're engaged.
Yeah. There's still room for you, though, Peter. There's still room for you.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Get him.
I do. I still love you, Peter.
No, you don't.
I do.
You're getting married. No. And you won't even pay for me to come over and take pictures for your wedding. No.
I would if I had money, but I don't.
Yeah,
Well, get back out on the corner. You're not married yet.
That's right.
Shh. And him.
Go
on.
Between you and between Crash and Mad B giving away secrets again, and things you're supposed to be keep. I told you all these things in confidence.
And besides Casual, let's be honest. You only have to pay for the alcohol.
That could get really expensive, though.
That's
yeah.
That's as the groom. That's the only thing you have to pay for. The rest of it's meant to be the father of the bride's thing, isn't it? Just saying.
Is Casual marrying into money, or
the father of the bride? The father of the bride might be a bit difficult because he's not around anymore.
Well, she has to step up and just saying.
Is she? Wait a minute, Peter. The most important point is she marrying up, or is Casual marrying down?
Oh,
I reckon Casual's punching above his class.
You reckon?
Well, if it's a real female, we already know he's like 4 levels above his normal.
What do you mean a real female? What do you mean, like, as opposed to what a not real female, like a fake one?
You know?
Yeah,
Hey, Mister, same but different.
Same but different.
That means you kill. No,
Terry,
excellent.
save me. Press play.
Premium account.
Let's see what else. Oh, casual. You will learn more about Mr. Victory tonight than you have ever wanted to know in your life.
Mr. Victory, why? What's Mr. Victory got to do with it?
I'll just read his super chats in the live chat replay.
Okay.
It was.
He's never that generous on my streams. Never was before.
I bet he had 6, 7 super chats of his own last night.
Yeah, he did. It was a really good. All jokes aside, it really was one of the best debates that I've seen. You know, there was equal amounts of, shall we call it, stupidity and jocularity on both sides. But the way it was presented was if both of them believed exactly what they were saying.
Yeah, it was fun.
I still think we should, you and me, Peter, should do the Vegemite Marmite debate.
I think after the last statement, casual, we should do "Is it a real woman or not?" with like the CGI test.
Well, that would be quite easy to prove because I can put her on camera and a microphone, so that's quite simple.
Sorry, casual. I was distracted by Pip's new avatar.
Yeah.
Pip has a new avatar?
New avatar. It's still the same that it was earlier on.
No, it's not.
Oh, jeez.
Just to me.
I don't say stuff just to hear my own voice, you know.
No, I'm just stating a fact. It looks the same to me. That's all I'm saying.
Bloody not.
It's really not.
It really isn't the same avatar she had earlier on.
To me, it is. It hasn't changed at all.
Well, the Eddie avatar, she had black underwear on.
She has got black underwear on.
Oh, no, she hasn't. She's got fairy wings and white underwear on.
No
right,
underwear, actually.
No, I mean, from my perspective, it hasn't changed at all. It's not changed.
That's a bra, though, Pip.
I know what you're missing, man. That's great.
Well, you can't refresh. You can't refresh Zuka.
Casual, have a look in the YouTube
I'll put
stream.
it in Discord for him. Hang on.
Wow, Pip, were you bored today?
Yep.
Okay.
No, I got a new PC and I can get all my toys back that I haven't played with for years.
After looking at that picture, that could be taken several ways.
Yes.
And after the drunken debate I had last night with Backyard, it could still be taken several ways.
Yes.
Ozzie Globehead, Marmite is axle grease, you heathen. There you go, casual. I think that says it all.
No, it's not. I've tasted both. One accidentally. It's not axle grease.
Yeah, no, you're right. Axle grease at least doesn't leave a bitter taste in your mouth.
Unlike Marmite.
Irish stew, how dare you? All right, right. Irish stew doesn't live too far away from me. We're going to have a falling out, Irish stew. I'm telling you.
Let's see.
Casual, it's in Discord for you.
What else does casual need to be ready for when he watches this debate? Oh, be ready for every flirt tactic you can think of, including making me look up his own citation and read it for him that debunks his own point of view.
Yes, that was probably the best bit. And Crash even made a big point. So once again, you're using the flirt tactic of making me do your research for you. He goes, no, we're going to read it together. And then the whole paragraph just absolutely decimated his argument because it basically said that ham, that bacon was smoked. And
Spoiler alert.
Because oh yeah, that was good.
And casual, we could tell you the outline of the entire debate, and you would
not
still
gonna
go
ruin
over
it.
there, and you'd still go back.
La. Not listening. La la.
And then when Factard ran across the screen naked, oh, that was the best.
But yeah, I can't. The kids wanted to go get curly fries today, and I just told them I couldn't do it.
Hang on, you can't put factard, naked, and the best those in a sentence together. You just can't.
Well, considering the other photos that you get to see, it was a lot better than the other photos you got to see.
By the way, Pip, that avatar is that is. Go on.
Casual, you might want to make sure that you have certain security set on your computer to look at some of these pictures, because I'm sure some of them were illegal in certain countries.
Probably, or in certain states.
Well,
Pip, that avatar is that you?
Yeah.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Casual's not getting married now.
Yeah, I've changed my mind.
Are you moving to Scotland now?
What's your dress, Pip?
I could sell it to you, Casual. 24 rolls of toilet paper.
You'll go to sell Pip.
No, I need 2 bottles of hand cleaner as well.
And hang on, Mad, before you finish the deal.
Yeah, I ain't finished yet.
Don't forget he can get hold of those medical grade masks.
Exactly. I was just about to ask for some N95 masks as well.
Yeah, I can get some of them for you if you like.
A box full.
But are you attempting to sell Pip? Is that what you're saying?
No, I was just teasing you because you go, all right, deal. I go, no, in.
Damn.
I'm giving you my Pip, mate. She's precious.
What?
Yours belongs to you, does she?
No, to all of us.
Say what?
Say what?
Even good girls need a spanking. Okay. I can agree with that statement. And it's one of the few that I've seen that has no context for last night. Yes, thank God.
As long as you've got a bag of curly fries, you'll be fine, Pip. With
Oh, God.
I'm not really a fries person. So you're all right.
Well, you won't be after you watch. All you got to do, Pip, is watch the first 20 minutes of the debate, and you'll never want a curly fry again, ever, period.
Oh, your rooster's going off its head again.
Yeah, it's morning here.
I'll never have guessed.
It's 8:49.
The rest of my good ones have all got my real
Oh, taking on the
Play,
world's
play
leading
please.
Please,
An
Terry,
Australian
dying to watch this.
conspiracy theorist who labels himself the world's leading skeptic. And he has firm opinions on many topics such as 9/11, dinosaurs, and even flat Earth. Today though, we're going to take a look at a video he made regarding a hypothetical experiment. And it's pretty bad. Hello all and welcome along to another episode of Tinfoil Tuesday with me, SciManDan. Thank you very much for joining me. Before we dive into John Le Bon's hypothetical experiment, we're going to take a quick look at something that Bob from Globebusters recently said.
A 15-degree-per-hour drift.
Yes, that Bob. Speaking during Jeranism's Friday Lounge, he had this to say about the coronavirus.
That's not the only cure either, Eru. There's I don't know if you guys saw, but they said that there's video going out, and it actually came from the World Health Organization, that they say that the coronavirus cannot survive in a temperature above, I think it's 135 degrees Fahrenheit. And so what they're recommending that people do, and they say this actually works and it's been tried everywhere, and this came from the World Health Organization, is if you literally, take a blow dryer, right, and turn it on high heat and inhale the hot air, what it does is it gets into your mucous membranes and your sinuses, and very shortly the coronavirus actually collapses and dies. And this is true with a lot of these so-called viruses that it kills. And this came from the World Health Organization. I can show you the docs here in a second.
The World Health Organization would never suggest something as ludicrous as this. Once that virus is inside our bodies, The only way it dies is if it's by our own immune system. Stop suggesting such ridiculous things, Bob.
A 15-degree-per-hour drift.
Yes, we know you proved Earth's rotation, but that's not going to get you out of this one, Bob. Shame on you. Shame on you. We'll be taking a little look further into the coronavirus and 5G in a Tinfoil Tuesday later this month. But for now, let's get back to the main content of today's video as we join the world's leading skeptic, John Le Bon, as he starts his hypothetical experiment.
Hypothetically, imagine that somebody offered to pay you to perform a scientific experiment and they were willing to give you a lot of money to do so, as well as a big warehouse in which to perform the experiment. Sound good so far?
Yeah, sounds okay actually.
Imagine that they wanted you to calculate the mass of the entire planet. That's right, the mass of Earth. How much time and money do you think you would need to perform such a feat?
About a day and 20 quid.
Remember, they are willing to provide you with a warehouse and pay you handsomely for the time it takes you to perform the experiment. So how much time and money would you need? But wait, there's a catch. You're not allowed to use any electricity and certainly no internet.
Fine, not an issue.
In fact, you are not even allowed to use light bulbs to help you see in the dark. You have to perform the experiment with technology no more advanced than that found in the 1700s. So how much time and money would you need to perform the experiment and arrive at an accurate result?
About a day and 20 quid.
There's one more catch. When I said warehouse, what I really meant was a shed. To make it up to you though, imagine you were also offered the use of the finest telescopes available to man in the 1700s. And, should you find them useful, you would also be provided with giant lead balls and a torsion balance. Now, hypothetically speaking, how much time and money do you think you would need to perform this experiment?
Oh, in that case then I need about a day and 5 quid for lunch.
Come on, you're a smart person. How much time and money would you need to calculate the mass of the entire planet using 1700s technology? If you're a sane, honest person, your answer is probably something along the lines of, well, that is absurd.
Well, not really, because you can use your lead balls and torsion bar to figure out the gravitational constant. Then, once you've done that, you find out the mass of one of your balls, you find out the force it exerts in newtons, then a quick rearrangement of Newton's formula will get you the mass of the Earth. Simples.
Because it is. The notion that you could determine the mass of the Earth with 1700s technology in a shed is so laughable you would think it comes straight out of some religious textbook.
It's actually what makes science so brilliant. We can all do it. Check out this clip from YouTuber Gigi, who shows us how it's done.
Eventually, I was able to get this angle of 3 degrees or 0.0523599 radians, a radius of 0.17526 meters, and a period of 31 minutes or 1,860 seconds. When plugged into the equation, I get a value of 9.018 times 10 to the negative 10. Woohoo! Wait, why am I celebrating? Because considering the value of g is so incredibly small and there were large uncontrollable variables in my experiment such as air currents or the frame rate of my time lapse which would cause error, it is in the very close ballpark of g. Here are the two numbers written out for a more clear comparison of their difference. Science on a budget does not always get you the right decimal.
Amazing.
And here's the fun part. It does. But what kooky religion claims that their clergy can weigh the earth in a shed with 1700s technology? And what kind of utter morons could possibly believe such nonsense? Why can't they see that their priests are shameless liars and frauds, and their holy books not worthy of the paper they're printed on? For $64,000, which religion claims that its clergy can weigh the entire earth with 1700s technology in a shed?
Really, John? Do we really need this silly game show parody for this?
Our survey said...
A. Mormonism. B. Islam. C. Scientology. D. Scientism. If you guessed D. Scientism, you're correct.
Very immature, John.
But what is scientism? It can be described in a few different ways, but here's one simple definition. The religious belief system which is underpinned by faith in the scientific establishment. Key word there is faith. Like most religions, scientism has its own customs and nomenclature. The religion of scientism calls its clergy scientists, and they have seminaries all over the world where they preach their gospel and evangelize to the public. And, like most religions, scientism teaches its young followers that without this belief system, society as we know it could not function today, and those who doubt it are heretics to be outcast and ostracized. Scientism also teaches that when all people adhere to the teachings of its books, a new and better age will be ushered in. As is the case with many religions, most adherents to scientism don't actually know what is written in their own holy books.
No. Science is much more than that. Science today is built on hundreds of years of knowledge and understanding. As the great Richard Feynman once said,
"But it is not complicated. It's just a lot of it. And if you'd start at the beginning, which nobody wants to do, I mean, you come in to me now in an interview and you're asking me about the latest discoveries that have been made. Nobody ever asks about a simple, ordinary phenomenon in the street. Oh, like, what about those colors? Or something like that. We have a nice interview and explain all about the colors, butterfly wings, whole big deal. We don't care about that. We want the big final result. So then it's going to be complicated because I am at the end of 400 years, a very effective method of finding things out about the world.
And that is exactly the point. We are all at the end of a 400-year journey of finding things out about the world. And it is exactly why you can trust the stuff that is written in these books. The work has been done.
But wait, modern science doesn't really claim that they can weigh the Earth with 1700s technology in a shed, do they? Oh yes they do, and not only that, they claim it was already done by Saint Henry Cavendish, who performed the ritual, known in scientism as an experiment, in the late 1700s, before the light bulb was even invented.
What's your obsession with the light bulb? Because many things were either discovered or invented before the light bulb was. Glasses, the electromagnetic spectrum, algebra, telescopes, to name a few.
And the result of his rituals have been used as the basis of astrophysics ever since. When you go to Wikipedia and see that Mars is alleged to weigh 6.39 times 10 to the 23 kilograms, you can thank Saint Cavendish for his miraculous ritual.
Indeed, without the big G value, it would be very hard to do that.
According to scientism scripture, he determines the mass of the entire Earth with this ritual in his own backyard shed. And here's the best bit, he did so by the use of heavy lead balls hanging from that torsion balance. Yes, this is actually what science textbooks claim, if you bother to read them. Look, here's proof. From the Oxford Dictionary of Physics 4th edition, C is for Henry Cavendish, British chemist and physicist, born in France. Although untrained, his inheritance from his grandfather, the Duke of Devonshire, enabled him to live as a recluse and study science. In his experiments with gases, he correctly distinguished between hydrogen and carbon dioxide, and in 1781 synthesized water by exploding hydrogen in oxygen. He also constructed a torsion balance in 1798, with which he measured the mean density, and hence mass, of the Earth.
And the problem with that is?
That awkward moment when you thought you were not religious, then you discovered you have faith in the kookiest religion of all. But don't worry, this is just a YouTube video. There is no way a smart person like you could really have been fooled by your schools and government.
That awkward moment that a conspiracy theorist thinks that the governments and the schools invented the science that we read in books. Oh dear.
After all, you studied really hard and got good grades and... Oh no. If modern science were a religion, then the fact that you did well at school would actually mean you were more indoctrinated than the average person, making it even harder for you to admit you had been fooled, just like religious believers in all other faiths. But don't worry, it's okay. This is just a YouTube video. You can click off now and tell yourself that whoever produced this video is just a liar and probably made up this stuff about science saying that some guy weighed the Earth in a shed 200 years ago. And after all, even if science does say that Cavendish did that, he was probably some super smart guy, way ahead of his time.
Actually, he was. The great James Clerk Maxwell discovered that Cavendish had written about many physics topics before anyone else, including the unit of capacitance, Dalton's law of partial pressures, and Coulomb's law.
After all, this is science we're talking about. How could it possibly be a religious system? Everybody knows that science is not about teaching dogma, but about questioning things, which is why you, and 99% of believers in scientism, don't even know what is written in your own textbooks, isn't it?
No, that's just your perception of how we study science, and you couldn't be more wrong. If you are in the position of correcting something within science that has already been done, then you would have studied and you would know about every single little thing in terms of the topic you are correcting.
No, religions believe in crazy things, like men walking on water or parting the seas. These things are way kookier than some guy 200 years ago weighing the entire earth with heavy lead balls in a shed before the light bulb was even invented. That's science. If you're among the small percentage of people who is willing to use his or her own brain and think for yourself, please proceed on to the following video, Receders Leaves the Cult Behind. You will hear the testimony of a man who used to believe in the kooky stuff we were all taught as children until he started asking questions.
Do you mean watching YouTube videos? Because this is how you woke people get into it, isn't it? Watching awful videos like yours. Dear oh dear, John. What a horribly misinformed video. Good job you don't have many followers, hey? Right, let's leave John there for today. That brings an end to today's episode of Tinfoil Tuesday. I do hope you enjoyed it. If you did, then please do like and subscribe. It would be thoroughly appreciated. I've been SciManDan. Stay safe, stay at home, stay well. Have a great day, and I'll see you all tomorrow for the second episode of the SciManDan Show. See you then.
The world's greatest skeptic.
He didn't figure out that blue is our Pope though, so
yeah.
That shed looked familiar.
I shall have to have a word with him about that.
Yeah.
A quiet word.
Can you feel a video coming on, Blue?
Yep.
Maybe.
I could do that experiment. I've already got a shed like that one.
I missed a chunk of that, I'm afraid, because I had a phone call, but I'll go back and watch it again later.
Terry, does it still work if the shed is upside down?
I got a garage. It's kind of like a shed.
Yeah, it's a big shed.
You've got a big workshop, Blue.
I park my car in my workshop.
I used to.
Blue's workshop is tidy and organised and got lots of good things to play with in.
Yeah, mine too.
I reckon Blue or Terry would have OCD if they saw my shed.
Is it a bit messy, Peter?
Workshop space, they would probably be really happy of where I machine everything. The storage room where I throw all the spare parts probably drive them both insane.
Yep.
Everything in my shed wants to cut you.
It's all based.
So it's like a torture chamber for flat earthers.
It's sort of like a torture chamber for me most of the time.
You can maybe lure 1 or 2 flat earthers in there, I'm sure.
The problem is flat earthers can't do basic math. So when it comes to set up a saw blade so they don't cut their fingers off, never mind. Just let them do it.
Yeah, true.
No, somebody's got to clean the mess up then.
It's all right.
It's their shed. You don't need to worry about it.
Blue, have you got a fire hose? We'll clean that.
Uh,
We'll clean that stuff up real quick.
Yeah, I'd rather not use that. Yeah, when it's not trying to cut you, it's trying to get rusty. That's the other problem.
Yeah, blood doesn't really help with that too much.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, well, I've got one more main video left, and then I've got a couple of extras here. I've got that one. What was that one?
Are we having a story today?
Oh yeah, I've got to find that.
Yeah.
What is Pip doing to the poor carrot in her new avatar?
Dangling it. It should be a GIF, but it doesn't work in here.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Pip, will I find a story?
Yeah, there's plenty there. I haven't done one since the last one.
Where have I got to find it?
My channel Pippanori playlist.
That means I have to go and find it.
Well, you want me to find one for you?
Please.
Okay.
Will it be a channel appropriate story?
No.
Okay.
Is it ever channel appropriate story?
No.
I don't know. I'm just glad that last night's debate wasn't on here because I'd owe Terry like hundreds of dollars. Nathan Oakley still has a childlike trust in his senses despite his fails. Okay.
Why isn't your avatar changing for me? I don't know why. Everybody else has seen your avatar changing, except for me. It's still the same as when I came in.
I have a sneaking suspicion that it's because you haven't upgraded Zoom.
Quite
yeah,
possibly.
You've probably got the old Zoom.
Probably.
I have a sneaking suspicion that his fiance has blocked all of his questionable content on his computer.
Good call.
We made some of the questionable content, trust me.
Are you one of the flat earthers hiding on Pornhub? Is that the real you?
Casual, I left you a present in Discord and Fair Suck.
Yeah, I've seen. Oh, wrong one button. Yeah, Mrs. Casual one, that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah.
In any other vegetarian.
Thank you.
I didn't even know she was Irish. I just guessed.
No, she's not actually, but anyway, it's all right. Hey,
No.
I thought we're having Where's Wally? Yeah, you got.
We are, but
Press play.
Wait a minute, I've got to sort out what I've done wrong here. I've done something wrong.
Unplay.
How did I end up with two of them? Right, okay.
Delete one.
No.
Yes.
No. Not going through this again. It doesn't end well.
Okay then. Press play. Please.
G'day everybody, WheresWally here. Well, when will flatties learn that trust your senses means don't check, she'll be right? Man, they fail hard every time they do that, yet they keep coming back for more and do it again and again. This time the bloke who did it was Nathan Oakley. Yeah, him and his mate went through the whole emperor and his new clothes and basically trying to say, look, even a kid can see this rocket is going down. But of course, with their childlike understanding, they couldn't figure it out for themselves.
It's coming back down because he's looking at it. The kid's got the evidence of his own eyes, and he's more than happy to declare the evidence of his own eyes. So the moral of the story when it comes to the Emperor's new clothes is don't disbelieve the evidence of your own eyes.
So this is the old it looks flat to me and trust your senses all over again. So let's just test them out. How good are your senses? Square or circle? Square or circle? Well, actually it's neither. This is a physical manifestation of a good old optical illusion. Well done whoever did this. I love it.
see now the sun is taking over. It's going through the setting sun, and now it's up
Thanks
in
to
the
Blue
sunlight.
Marble Science.
Yeah.
No blue.
Well, you guys aren't all that bright, are you? You've managed to include a video that pretty well disproves the flat Earth. This was a shuttle launch that occurred just after sunset. You can see the clear line in the contrail there where the rocket leaves ambient light and goes back into direct sunlight. Would one of you whistledicks like to explain to us how that happens on a flat Earth? You can't.
Well, it seems to me that the lesson here is that flatties are going to think what they want to think, going to see what they want to see. And just how much irony is that, given that the whole story of the Emperor's New Clothes that they tried to use here? So what do these guys need to do? Well, do what scientists do. Do some multiple observations and check the data. And why not, for a rocket launch, look at it from different angles, hey? Hey? Well, here is something that they didn't do, but I did do. A while back, Dim Dim, he was falling out of the fail tree and hitting every branch on the way down, as he always does, and I tried to help him out by making this video. Yeah, the bottom corner here is by Red's Rhetoric, and the rest is by 3 other people, all from different views and different angles, and when you put them all together, you end up with this beautiful, magical thing. Enjoy, guys. Oh, BT Dubs, when Antonio saw this bit of footage, he thought it was 4 rockets. Well done, Dim Dim. So what I'll do now is I'll play that same view that we just saw, and I'll mix in a couple of other views as well, just so that we can be sure we're seeing exactly what we're seeing. Here it is.
G, acceleration limit, engine response, and vehicle body rate response looks good. RCS pyro valve has been fired. Reaction control system is pressurizing to flight levels. Now coming up on 3 minutes into flight. RD-180 pump speeds and injector pressures continue to look good as it's maintaining that throttle limiting. 3 minutes, 10 seconds in. Vehicle body rates continue to look good. Standing by for payload fairing jettison. And we have good indication of payload fairing jettison. And CFLR jettison complete as well. Vehicle now throttling back up to 95% thrust. Engine response looks good. 3 minutes, 40 seconds in. And engine is now throttling to maintain 4.6 G acceleration limit. Engine response looks good. Now
Still hasn't hit the ground.
Flight, Centaur's begun the boost phase chill down sequence.
Yeah, funny that.
RD-180 engine continues to look good as it maintains that 4.6 G throttle acceleration limit.
So, Antonio, guru of gurus, what do you think is happening here? How can the camera, Red's camera, be on the ground at sea level and in the dark, and yet when the rocket is, 100 kilometres up, it is suddenly in full sunlight, and that is plain for all to see that it is now in full sunlight. And that can also be backed up by the video feed coming back from the rocket, but I won't bother showing you that because you'll just laugh at it. But when you look at the feeds from south and from north and from directly behind, you can see that the rocket is now clearly up in the dawn sunlight. So how on a flat earth is that going to happen, Antonio? I'd love to hear how you explain that one.
There's a pat on the head for you, Wally.
The day the flat earth died. Bye, now there's no more that guy. Took on WheresWally, then he ran off to cry. He tried to prove flat earth, but got a poke in the eye. Sobbing, I watched the flat earth die. I watched the flat earth just die. The day the flat earth died. Bye, now there's no more that guy. Took on WheresWally, then he ran off to cry. Tried to prove a flat earth, but got a poke in the eye. Sobbing, I watched the flat earth die. I watched the flat earth just die.
Alrighty then.
Yeah, there you go.
I haven't seen that rocket launch.
Oh, I have. It was.
Yeah. Someone's used it before. I can't remember who it was.
The bit I like
used it before.
The bit I like is when it hits the atmosphere, the Kármán line, and the gases expand like that.
Even like when Wally said how you can see on all four shots, as soon as it gets up to that point where all of a sudden the sunlight's hitting the exhaust coming out of the rocket, and you can see you can see the sun on the cloud left behind from the rocket as it flew up.
Yeah, it's got high enough to get back into sunlight.
Yeah.
You're not in sunlight down at ground level, but that's high enough to be back in sunlight.
I know, right? Physics are fun, aren't they?
Yeah. It's like on the very odd occasion, I get to see the ISS twice in one night. Now, usually the first time it comes over, you can see it all the way from horizon to horizon. It's quite bright. Quite often, and the last time I did this happened, but because the angle it's at, where the sun is and everything else, and the time, when you see it come over the second time, I think it got to not even halfway up across the sky, and it just disappeared.
Yep.
Because it was out of the sunlight. That's all it was. But when you stand out in your back garden and watch it, you think that's pretty cool. You know, it's a lot dimmer, and then all of a sudden it's gone. It's dropped out of the sunlight.
Yeah.
Casual, I posted a picture for you in the Discord chat.
Okay, thank you. I'll have a look at that later. It's like, I mean, you know, it's almost like flat earthers expect the rockets just to go straight up. But the thing is, what about the amateur rockets? And the amateur rockets go straight up usually. How do they explain that? You know, do they not think it's possible that a rocket could actually turn?
Well,
you know,
they think that amateur rockets
pitch over, you know, and do what they call a gravity turn. Do they not think it's possible that could happen?
No, they don't.
Well, casual. They
not.
think that when the spin down device turns on, that it hit the damn dome. So what do you expect?
Well, yeah, I know that, yeah, exactly. But you know, this is a classic thing. This is the sort of thing I've been saying just recently. Is that flat earthers and conspiracy theorists always will go for the most complicated explanation. Well, why not just look at the most logical and simple explanation for something that you actually see? They always have to overcomplicate it because it doesn't fit their narrative.
The perfect example of that, casual, is, you know, if you get a bow and arrow and shoot that arrow into the air, and where it falls, I know not where. However, it'll always go on a trajectory where it goes up and it will land point first.
Parabolic curve. Yeah, exactly.
That's correct. And a rocket will do exactly the same thing. You know, it's not that hard to see the physics work on a smaller scale.
Well, you know, we can make a rocket go straight up. That's not a problem. But if we want it to go in orbit, then no, it's not going to work. It's, you know, it's going to come back down again at some point when it runs out of fuel. But if it gets far enough away, it won't. But necessarily. But you know, I don't know.
Well, even what farmers were saying before about the ISS. So what, two months ago, I think it was 2 or 3 months ago, because of where the sun was sitting in relative, you know, to the Earth, as the ISS, well, generally speaking, it comes from our west, and it'll come down on a 45-degree type angle. Not exactly, but that type of angle, and it will go back up towards the north in a 45-ish type angle, and you know, quite a few times when it was coming down, we were actually getting the opposite. The closer it got towards the south, because of where the sun was, all of a sudden you'd get what's called a flare, where the sunlight would hit the ISS, and it would just light up quite brilliantly.
Yeah. But of course, the flat Earth sun, the light just suddenly stops at a certain point, doesn't it? It doesn't go any further.
Oh yeah. just
stops there. Yeah, that's it.
The light runs out of will to keep going, and just goes, that will do.
Yeah, just elder. Yeah, that's it. The small and local sun. Yeah, right. For that to work, the only way they could do that would be it would have to be a spotlight pointing downwards. But the sun is not a spotlight.
No. Well, not in reality, no, but in their world, could be anything at all.
A very big bright ball of plasma doesn't work like that. Well, the light emitting from one doesn't work like that.
I know why it's not like that shape, casual, because then you wouldn't be in it.
Exactly. Any more videos, Terry?
Yeah, the last one.
Oh, we got a story, haven't we?
Yep.
Yay. What's the story in Pippanori?
Girls don't fart, okay? Ethan ate a lot of beans, which made his bottom rumble. Oh, Ethan, stop that smelling noise, his family used to grumble. But Ethan felt it wasn't fair. He couldn't help his tummy. He's surely not the only one whose toots upset his mummy. So Ethan asked his group of friends, does everyone get wind? Marty laughed, Fizz looked confused, and Sam just quietly grinned. But little Trixie took offence. Girls don't fart, okay? Only boys make bottom noise. We girls aren't built that way. The boys just didn't believe her, so they set themselves a test to see if girls pass wind or not. That would be their quest. The school was serving egg that day, which made the boys all think, now's our chance to check things out, because this should raise a stink. They waited in the playground, where the girls all skip and jump, and listening very carefully, they heard a little flump. Aha, they cheered. That's one confirmed. Let's try to find some more. Ethan waved his wand and they all vanished out the door. They flew to the palace where they landed with a bump. No way, they laughed. We'll never prove that royal females trump. Princess Pearl played in her room, so to her door they went. Thinking she was all alone, she let off a strawberry scent. The boys crept through the bushes and past a fancy fountain, where they gasped to see a unicorn in the shadow of a mountain. Ethan led them closer, and as the boys drew near, all the colours of the rainbow erupted from her rear. The next stop was the ocean, and they dived beneath the waves. Then Marty spied a pretty mermaid swimming in the caves. The friends could hear the Mer-King, who was telling off his daughter. He said it wasn't ladylike to make bubbles in the water. Ethan cast another spell to whisk them to a glade, where Mrs. Squirrel gathered nuts while all her children played. The boys watched oh so silently until they heard a flutter. Mrs. Squirrel did a fart that smelled of peanut butter. What a whiff, the boys declared. Just wait till we tell Trixie. Then floating past their hiding place flew a cheeky little pixie. The boys crept along behind the pixie, following their noses. Then spreading out behind her came pink clouds that smelled of roses. Next Ethan cast a spell that whisked them back to Marty's house. They gathered in his bedroom where they spied a lady mouse. She ran behind the wardrobe and Fizz knelt to take a peek. Hee, he laughed. The mouse just did a tiny bottom squeak. They heard a meow, and in a flash the mouse was on the run. A kitten had started chasing her, trying to have some fun. The kitten looked adorable, with soft white fluffy fur. She was so relaxed that she let out a stinky purr. The boys had seen enough to prove to Trixie that she was wrong. They were hurrying to find her when they heard a ballet song. The ballerina did a fart. This was the best one yet. Her smelly bottom made the dancer spin and pirouette. Now they must find Trixie to tell her what they'd seen. They had enough proof to show that girls aren't always squeaky clean. Mermaids, dancers, lady mice, princesses as well, making rainbows bubble, clouds of pink with various sorts of smell. Trixie and her friends were picking flowers in the park. The sun was sinking in the sky and it was getting dark. Suddenly they heard a noise, a gentle whispering sound. Trixie flew up in the air with glitter all around. Trixie gasped and hid her face. The fairies all went quiet. Caught in the act, the boys all cried. Now you can't deny it. The end. I seem to have a fascination with farts.
Who else? Who else seems to think that Pip should have her own children's show overseas?
I'd vote for that.
My girlfriend farts far more than I do. I have to add that.
Casual, are you really trying not to get married, bro?
She's not here at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, well, next time she is, we'll tell her.
Yeah, and you'll get slapped for calling her your girlfriend, just not your girlfriend anymore.
Yeah.
It's a recorded live stream.
She would fully admit it anyway. Yeah, it's not a problem.
Have you heard some of the things Mrs. Crash has admitted to online, Casual?
I have no doubt, and they're probably all true.
That's actually a good thing, Casual. Really.
Yeah.
The more they fart, the less they bitch. It's a pressure relief problem. I came to that conclusion.
There's nothing worse than a woman with a sore belly.
Yeah,
Hey,
women.
Blue, do we have
who learn
math and a metric to back that up?
I've got just observations I've made through the years. It seems to me that the women that learn how to fart properly do not bitch nearly as much as the ones who don't.
Well, Travis has lots of observations over water too, but he doesn't have anything to back it up. So it's all just claims until then.
Well, I'm fine with just making claims. I mean,
okay.
No intention of doing any research into this.
No, it's not the sort of kind of research you really want to do.
No, it's not.
Wondering if I can get a grant for a new barbecue to do the bacon test in like an actual scientifically concluded way.
Maybe I should try to invent the fartometer.
Ask Riley, he'll know how to get a device that should measure that.
You would only need what's the instrument called for measuring the level of noise? What do you call that? Measure the decibel, decibel. What I don't know what you call it.
That'd be a dB meter.
Sound meter.
Yeah, dB meter. Yeah, sound meter. Yeah.
What's more important here, though, the actual volume of it, or the chemical composition?
No, you can't just go by sound. You've got to take into account those silent little bastards. Those are the really good ones, anyway.
Yeah, well, then you could have instruments that can measure, gases and things like that.
Couldn't you just use a slow motion camera in some kind of ignition system and record the color of the flames that come out?
Well, infrared. That infrared camera that would probably work, isn't it? It's supposed to be warm gas, isn't it?
That's really not going to go over too well in the middle of Kmart. I can tell you that.
Yeah, I can see a security guard.
I wasn't suggesting that you should do your experiments in the middle of Kmart.
Man, that's some redneck be like, man, did you see that girl? She done had the turbine jet upgrade to her buttocks.
I think I better get finished before this goes down.
Yeah, it's starting to go a bit weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, it's Blue's fault. He started this, not mine.
Oh, was it? Oh, was it Blue's fault? Blue.
It was casual.
It was casual.
Oh, it was casual.
It's casual.
Oh, casual's trying to blame Blue, but it was casual's fault the whole time.
It's a diversion tactic, Terry. It's
always my fault, though. Let's face it. It's
Casual, go to your room.
Anybody else's fault, was it?
When in doubt, blame casual.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Go to your room, casual.
I'll take the fall. That's okay.
Okay. Oh, thanks, guys. Thanks, Crash. Thanks, Peter. Thanks, Not a Farmer. He's probably asleep by the sound of it. Thanks, Pip. Sheepy's probably asleep too. Professor Phil's probably asleep too. Big Blue's not asleep. And Casual's, and it's Casual's fault. See, guys.
Yeah, we live on the other side of the disc where the sun is just now coming up due to perspective.
Okay.
And don't forget your avatar.
Gallery.
And don't forget your avatar next time, Crash, because you're up to 3 warnings.
Yeah.
Thanks, Ari Stew. Is it Terse? I can never pronounce his name.
You're muted. You're muted, Crash.
Look, I told you it's not Halloween.
It's a.
One of the avatar is my virtual green screen, which the iPhone makes easy, but actually adding an avatar on the iPhone sucks.
Ask somebody
Yes.
else that's got a phone. They can help you.
And put a damn top on next time. Jesus.
Who else we got out there? Okay, Boona, RSG.
Jealous much.
Yeah.
Stingray, what are you doing out there, Stingray? You should have been in here.
It's just Kanan.
John Rapp. Scrolling. Blue Marble. Yeah, I don't know who that is.
Where's Stingray?
He was out in the peanut gallery there a minute ago.
Yeah,
Dora.
oh, there he is.
Dora, Carl. Carl, did you come back, Carl?
Yeah, you went to go. You're still going to. Well done.
Miro. Non sequitur, you're still in trouble. You're still out there. I think I've got all the regulars. Okay,
Carl's
then,
going,
guys.
don't forget me, Carl.
Yeah, I did. I said you, Carl. I said
I know we did, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, then. Say goodnight, Peanuts.
Night, Peanuts.
Night, Peanuts.
Night, Peanuts.